Cat, I think this is good. Hopefully everything's good. Hopefully nothing goes to crap. We'll see. We will see. We will see. One moment, please. Alright. Alright. Yes, I want to restore. We want to restore, I think Big Monkey Man is where we left off. Gosh, I really hope the audio doesn't desync. If it does, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. Figure it out somehow. The music in this game is so cool. Makes great use of the MT32. So here's the Big Monkey Man. Can I, kiss the Big Monkey Man? You don't need to use the word big in this game. Kiss the Monkey Man. Well, what's he called? Ape Man Chief. Kiss Ape Man Chief. Not a good idea. Not a good idea at all. The chief cocks his head and makes curious ook ook noises. Man, we went from Monkey Island to monkeys in space. We're on the planet of the apes, and the apes are us. Apes are us. There you go. Alright, I don't know. Might be a good idea to adjust some of the lighting in here at some point, but for now I think this looks good. Okay, look at skin. Chief's wearing a particularly luxuriant looking animal pelt. Touch animal skin. Chief won't let you get close enough to touch. Look at blue dial. Set blue dial to 6. Set green dial to 3. Inject Ape Man Chief with hypo. Well, it was an idea. You brandish the hypo and advance on the chief. He sees this as a threatening move, a good call on his part. The Slaps away your arm with a great hairy hand. Oh my gosh. Hey indie dev guy, how's it going? How are you doing today? What you up to? Hug Ape Man. Not a good idea. The weather is better today. Yes, it's cold, but it's bright outside. Also quite dry. It's always dry in Idaho, but except when it rains, and then it's wet. Whatever. That's when the joint pain happens. I looked up, and the apparently the places with the most consistent barometric pressure in the U.S. are Florida and Arizona. Yeah, he doesn't want to hug. And I was thinking, wow, okay, those are like the two places that old people tend to retire to. Either they go to Florida or Arizona, and those are like, they have the most consistent year-round barometric pressure, so probably the best place on the joints to avoid the joint pain. So I'm thinking if I just need to move to either Arizona or Florida. Oh, I don't know that I would like Florida very much, but probably Arizona. When I was in Japan for the month in June, I noticed that, like, I didn't have nearly as much joint pain there. Like, whether it rained one day or didn't, it didn't affect me really much at all. I think just because the humidity level there is just so high all the time, I think Japan probably has a pretty consistent barometric pressure. Makes sense that the old folks go there, yeah. There's a lot of cool places in both states. Okay. I've been to Arizona. I like Arizona. I've never been to Florida, though. I mean, maybe, like, south end of Florida near Miami might be interesting, but I don't know. I'm not too fond of the swamplands, I guess. I mean, it might be kind of fun to visit, but I don't think I would want to live up in the bayou regions, up towards Louisiana. Not really sure what I'm doing here. Look at branch. Branch is about 1 meter long. It's a piece of dried wood. Let's see. Offer branch to Ape Man. The chief looks at the branch without much interest. I don't know what to do here. Fart in Ape's general direction. Fart in Ape Man's general direction. You don't need to use fart in this game. Man, we don't get to use the word fart. Lick Ape Man. Wouldn't you rather be playing one of those Leisure Suit Adventure games? Oh my gosh. Put branch in fire. Chief won't let me get near the fire. Is there anything I can do with the Ape Man? Look at bone necklace. He's wearing a ceremonial necklace made of animal teeth and bones strung together on a thong. Okay. Show thong to Chief. Chief glances at the thong and then looks down at his bone necklace. He fingers the bones and points at the thong. The chief makes a somewhat contemptuous grrf noise as if to say, yeah, but yours doesn't have these cool bones. He looks at me with a disapproving expression. Okay, maybe... Could I, like, gather some bones or something? And... I don't know. Hit Chief with tuning fork. Okay. Look at Chief. This is obviously the chief of the tribe of ape men. He's large, almost 6 feet tall, with a barrel chest and arms like tree trunks. He projects confidence and authority. He is wearing a necklace made of bone strung on a leather thong. Okay, 1 second, sorry. Lips are hurt. Need to put some chapstick on it. Okay. Remove pants! The coverall has been with you ever since the original days on Gateway. You can't bear to part with it. Man. Been really dry there too, yeah? Is it usually fairly humid over there? Look at vial. Okay, alcohol. Pour vial on fire. I can't get near the fire. Okay. Monk. Hey Ralph Nemesis, how you doing? Yeah, we're speaking to the Can I talk to him? Talk to Ape Man. The chief cocks his head and says, "Ah, ook, oof, and several other unintelligible words. He looks at me with a disapproving expression. Mostly humid, winter's dry, but it seems like the dry started early. Oh, dang. How are you doing, Ralph Nemesis? Can I go in? As you attempt to move around the chief, he blocks my path with a large hairy arm. He says emphatically. He gestures into the dark passageway beyond, and an expression of reverence and even fear crosses his face. He looks down, digs around in the animal skin he is wearing, and pulls out a dull red crystal sphere. He holds it up with both hands, gazes at it with awe, and puts it away again. Then he points at the dark passageway, points at me, and shakes his head. The chief bows his head in the direction of the passageway. Show rod to Ape Man. Oh, hey, we did something. Oh, we're showing the Ape Man our rod. Bet there's some bones of beads you'll need? Maybe. You take out the crystal rod and show it to the Ape Man. The chief looks nonplussed. He growls softly, a long drawn-out rumble that ends in a question mark. He leans towards you, pulls out his crystal sphere, and compares it to the rod. The rod is glowing with cloudy patterns of red light. The sphere is dull and dark. The chief looks at you with a mixture of interest and fear while he ponders his next move. After a few moments, he reaches into his animal skin and takes out a pouch from which he withdraws a pinch of powder. Doing good? Finish up a mini game for your game last night? Oh, sweet. That's awesome. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, I downloaded the thing from your Discord. I just gotta make some time to play it a bit. It looks really neat. Ralph Nemesis is making his own Game Boy game. Looks really cool. The chief throws powder on the fire, which hisses, spits, and burns brightly for a moment. The ape man looks back at you with a satisfied expression, gestures at the fire, and settles back. Probably update it soon? Okay, cool. That'll be fun. The chief taps me on the chest with a hairy finger and gestures toward the fire. Can I So you look at fire. A small fire is consuming the remains of wood, chips, branches, and logs. The chief spins around in a circle, waving his arms and bellowing. When he finishes, he looks at me, then at the fire. Can I pour vial on fire? You toss the vial into the fire! Yeah, my little alcohol vial. My score went up by 10. That's what I was supposed to do. Sweet. The vial breaks on impact, and a spectacular ball of blue flame leaps into the air. The chief jumps backward with an amazed grunt. As the fire returns to normal, he looks at you with respect and fear. Then he seems to reach some decision, and he grabs your arm with one of his large, hairy hands. You struggle briefly, but the chief has a grip like steel. The chief lopes out to the entrance of the cave, dragging you along as he goes. Once outside, he bellows to the ape men standing guard near the rock formations. They come running, and after a brief conference of hoots, growls, and other incomprehensible sounds, the ape men gather up some extra spears, and the four of you head off to the west. Oh man, am I joining the tribe? After several minutes of trotting at a fast pace, your arm hurting from where the chief maintains his relentless grip, you arrive near the bank of a river. The chief releases your arm, then motions you forward. You walk toward the river with some measure of curiosity. You hear a savage roar at the same time that you see the two saber-toothed tigers sitting on the riverbank. You let out an involuntary yelp and move back at a brisk pace. This came out in, I want to say 90... you know what? I'm just going to look it up, because I'm not sure. Gateway 2 came out in 1993. The first Gateway came out in 1992. So 93. The chief and the other ape men seem quite amused by your reaction. They hoot and make "arr" noises. I don't know if that was the right sound. Arr. Maybe it was a little deeper, you know? Big ape men. They probably don't sound like a little dog. Arr. As they point at you. After a few moments of mirth, they seem to decide that the time for levity is past. Woof woof! Hey Williamsburg, how you doing? Arf arf arr arr. The time for levity is past. Okay, the time for levity is past, you guys. That's all done with. Seriousness now. The mood turns serious. One of the ape men holds up the collection of spears, counts out 3, drops the rest, and turns to the chief. The chief gravely accepts one of the 3 spears offered to him. You got that dog in him? He hefts the spear, assumes a throwing stance, and sights on one of the tigers. He releases the spear with a deep grunt and watches as it nicks the shoulder of one of the tigers. Both tigers become extremely pissed off. I wasn't expecting them to just say pissed off. And turn to face you, the group of ape men, with a great deal of snarling and growling. Nothing but the dog in me. A second spear is handed to the chief. He once again aims at the tigers and hurls the spear. This time the throw is a clean miss, the spear digging out a clump of earth to one side of the intended target. The ape men chatter excitedly as the chief takes the last spear. How's the audio, by the way? You got, is the music sound okay? It's not, like, too quiet or too loud or whatever. There's no sound effects in the game, so it'd just be the music. Everything's good? Okay. Thank you. The ape men chatter excitedly as the chief takes the last spear. The chief seems to meditate for a moment before holding the spear up and preparing to throw. He's almost ready when one of the tigers suddenly rushes toward him. You and the other ape men start racing backwards, but the chief holds his ground and throws his last spear as the tiger bounds towards him. The chief's aim is true! The spear finds its target and rolls the tiger on its back. The tiger thrashes wildly, its death throes kicking up dust and clods of earth. Finally, after a few last twitches, the tiger is still. The chief howls in triumph, and the other 8 men hoot and cheer. Now it is your turn. One of the 8 men counts out 3 spears and hands you one of them. You heft the spear. It is much heavier than you had originally thought. It is heavy enough that you wonder if you can even reach the remaining tiger with it, much less do any damage. Oh my gosh, we're in a spear throwing contest with the 8-man chief? Alright, a wide sluggish river winds its way among the sandstone bluffs and gentle hills topped with the tufts of grass and scrub pines. You see some tigers here. The chief gives you a look that's more than a little superior, but somehow seems to be sympathetic at the same time, as if he regrets that you have to be humbled like this. Alright, I'm gonna save Monkey Man Contest. That is... okay. So... look at spear. Your spear is a heavy piece of wood about 1.5 meters long. It ends in a vicious set of barbs. The spear looks quite effective even though it's primitive. I assume there's some sort of a trick to this, but for now, I think I will just try to throw spear. You throw the spear as hard as you can. The spear hits the tiger's flank with just enough force to break the skin. This only enrages the tiger further, and it earns you sympathetic hoots from the chief and the other 8 men. One of the 8 men hands you another spear. The remaining tiger hisses at you. Throw spear. You throw the spear as hard as you can. Okay, it's the same thing. If I throw spear again, hits the flank. You've had your 3 spear throws. The contest is over. The chief and the other 8 men mark the chief's victory with a shuffling dance and a series of loud hoots and snorts. The chief gives you a sympathetic punch in the chest as if to wish you better luck next time, and then he and the tribe file off to the east, celebrating boisterously. You remain behind, oblivious to everything around you as you fume about your poor performance. You fail to notice the last tiger, after being stung 3 times by your spears, has decided enough is enough. It prowls up behind you, lunges, and cleanly removes your head from your body. Okay, so there is definitely a trick to this. Throw spear, but better this time. Man. Okay, so, hey, Deathmark! What's up, Deathmark? How you doing? Some more Gateway 2. Yeah, we're in a spear throwing contest with a monkey, or an 8-man chief. Well, certain death. Yes, certain death. How do I want to do this? Can I tie hypo to spear with thong? That doesn't make any sense. Tie hypo to spear. You attach the hypo to the spear using the thong. Hey, there we go. There we go. Okay, so if I can't, like, get a clean kill, like a kill shot, then I could at least hit the tiger with the hypo and hit it with a sedative. Okay. So maybe that'll work. I don't know what type of or what dosage I need to give it, but the dial's set to 3 right now. Look at blue dial. Yeah, it's set to sedative right now. I don't know. Okay. Look at green dial. And we're set. The dosage is set to 3 right now. Might be enough. I have no idea. Throw spear. The spear hits the tiger's flank with enough force to barely break the skin. The hypo injects a small dose of sedative into the tiger before the spear and hypo fall to the ground. There's not enough drug to do the job. The tiger shakes its head off as if to clear it, wobbles slightly, then charges me. As you die, you remember an old saying from your days in the Montana food mines. If you don't do the job right the first time, you might as well not do it at all. Okay, set blue dial to 4. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. Set blue dial to 6. Set green dial to 4. Tie hypo to spear. Throw spear. Is that enough? You hurl the spear at the tiger. It's the happy music. It's the music that plays when you're hunting saber-toothed tigers. This music seems so out of place. The spear hits the flank of the remaining tiger with just enough force to break the skin, then falls to the ground beside the angry animal. It's like some 90s feel-good music. It is. It's like you're at the shopping mall. Or PBS Science Show, yeah. Oh, yeah. I could play this on, like, I don't know, like one of those 90s talk shows, or... I don't know. Definitely big public access vibes. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Alright. Breaks the skin and then falls to the ground beside the angry animal. The hypo releases a maximum dose of sedative on impact, however, and the tiger feels the effects within seconds. Sally Jesse Raphael. The beast shakes its head groggily. It looks puzzled as it turns its head and watches its hindquarters sag and then collapse. The tiger seems even more bewildered as its front legs give out next. Finally, the tiger's eyes close and its head flops over and sinks into a deep, drug-induced sleep. The chief and the other ape men stare at the tiger in stunned silence, obviously impressed with your performance. They seem especially amazed that you knocked the tiger flat without even visibly wounding it. The chief grunts, bows his head in your direction, and then looks at you with respect. His self-assurance is shaken, and his face is filled with uncertainty. The chief slowly removes his bone necklace. He holds it up to the other ape men and begins a monologue in a quiet voice. They stare at the necklace, riveted by the ceremony that is now underway. The chief finishes his speech and looks at the necklace. His face is both dignified and sad at the same time. He presents the necklace to you with a somber, formal gesture. You take the necklace, and the ape men bow submissively to you. You appear to be the new leader of the tribe. Oh man, I'm leader of the ape men. Oh my gosh. After an appropriate length of time during which you keep your features absolutely wooden, you reach up to the chief and place the necklace back around his neck. He accepts it quietly, pride and confidence flowing back into his face. The other ape men bow to him, then all three bow to you and file slowly off to the east. You look after them until they disappear, then you recover the hypo unit from beside the sleeping tiger. Aw, man, I gave up the honor of being chief of the monkey men. Let's see, look at tiger. One tiger's asleep, the other's dead, impaled by a heavy wooden spear. Take spear? I take the spear, okay. Can I get my hypo back? Do I get my hypo back? Yeah, I got my hypo back, okay. Take tooth. Remove tooth from tiger. I want one of their teeth. Look at tiger. Let's see. Take tiger? They're not... You can't take the tigers? They're just gonna leave the tigers there? They're not gonna, like, eat them or anything? What a waste. Alright. They're there anything else I can do here? I got the spear. Alright. Cave entrance. Enter cave. You leave the bright sunshine and enter a dark, rock-lined tunnel. You follow the tunnel as it descends into the earth. The light fades completely after a few moments, and you stumble forward until you can see a glowing orange light up ahead. You walk faster and emerge into a large cavern. You walk a little way into the dark cave passageway. It's pitch dark. You can't see a thing, and you begin banging into the rock walls of the cave. Frustrated, you retreat into the dimly lit main cavern. Let's see, put branch in fire. You put the end of the branch in the fire. The branch ignites, giving you a crude but serviceable torch. Alright, now we can go north. Since you're proclaimed chieftain, now is perfect time to teach them ceremonial song Yub Nub. Yub Nub. Yeah. Oh man, just make them watch Star Wars. Just bring out a TV and a little generator. Get it off the ship. You're in a dark cave. The flickering light from your torch shows that the cave passageway continues to the northwest and the south. Let's see, look at wall. You can see the faint outlines of cave paintings on the wall. Okay. Northwest, you're in a dark cave. The flickering light. Northwest and southeast. Okay. Look at wall. Northwest. Hey! Okay. Dark cavern. You're in another cavern. A glowing red force field lies directly behind you to the north. Alright. Put rod in sphere. There is no sphere. Okay. North. Okay, put... What is this thing called? Okay, put rod in portal. Does that work? Oh, that works. As you bring the crystal rod near the shifting patterns of light in the portal, a tentacle of red energy reaches out from the portal and makes contact with the rod. Feeling like a mild electric shock runs from the rod into you, and the rod shines briefly with an intense red light. Immediately afterward, the force field sphere and the rod change color from red to blue. Go! Alright, I'm in. Look at obelisk. Okay, there's another symbol. Probably gonna need those. What's up here? The last of the caked mud from your ape-man disguise finally flakes off your body and your coverall. You are in another glowing blue corridor. It seems to be a laboratory of some kind. A large and somewhat menacing device dominates one side of the room. The machine has a tapered metal tube that points down at a rectangular metal platform. A boxy control unit sits to one side of the platform. Exits are to the north and south. On the platform you see a strange metal and glass container. What are your points? I don't know how much I missed. Last year around 200, 400. My game's been doomed. Score. You have achieved a score of 460 out of 1600. So we're theoretically about a fourth of the way through the game, maybe? Look at container. The container's made of blue Heechee metal, some kind of transparent crystal or glass. It's about 30 centimeters on each side. The container has several openings that are covered with metal flaps. Open container. Multiple openings appear on the sides and the top of the odd metal and glass container. It's now opened. Look in container. Container's empty. Take container. I take the metal and glass container. Look at inducer. The device towers over you, the cylindrical body that looks faintly organic in origin. and at the tapered end of the cylinder is a platform. To one side of the platform is a control panel with a screen. The exterior of the device is covered with intricate machinery. Look at control panel. There we go. Didn't miss much? Okay, yeah, not too much. Woo, that's kind of cool. Whoa! The hell does that do? Machine makes an empty clicking sound. Look at control panel. What do we have here? What the heck do these do? I have no idea. Thought the lines were part of the game? What do you mean? Lines? The color bars? Color bars are when my capture card is like trying to keep up with the signal. Not ideal, but yeah, the color bars are my capture card when it loses signal. So if I turn off the OSSC, then you're gonna get the color bars because it's not reading a signal. Yeah. It's not ideal, but capturing the video from DOS is like so freaking difficult. You got an OSSC too? Cool, cool. Yeah, it's the only thing I could find that would effectively capture the resolutions low enough. Because not just the resolution, but the weird refresh rate. So this is currently at looks like 59.66 hertz. I think this game's probably 640 by 480. But a lot of games like Doom are like half that. And a lot of converters and adapters for the like computer signals to transfer VGA to HDMI and things like that, like just won't go under certain resolutions. Like the cheap one I bought early on when I was trying to figure this out, like it would capture the windows okay because that was 640 by 480, but it wouldn't capture anything below that. So like if I played Doom, it wouldn't capture the signal. It's very versatile, yeah. Yeah, it can do all kinds of stuff. Should have known they were color bars. Your dad's a cable guy. Look at platform. Metal platform's about 1 meter long and half a meter wide. It sits just below the business end of the strange machine that fills this corner of the lab. Put spear on platform. Use control panel. Look at control. I don't know what these buttons do. Like, no idea. Hey, Yonge Street. This is your business end. Machine makes an empty clicking sound. Okay. Like spear. Not sure what I need to do here. Put rod on platform. Look at control. The whole Doom package you got has over 100 levels. It might be doable for December. I have a feeling Final Doom will crush me. Yeah, I think even on Hurt Me Plenty, I think Final Doom will still be a painful experience. Especially Plutonia. I've beaten TNT Evolution once. I still haven't even finished Plutonia. I've gotten through most of it, but I kind of wandered off after a point. Maybe I should do Plutonia for December. Just watch me struggle. How are you doing, Young Street? What are you up to? What is that emote from? Not sure what this thing is. Take rod. Go north, see what's up there. Oh, it's from Bug! Oh, okay, okay. Okay, freaking Bug. Freaking Bug, that game's hard. That game is really hard. When are we playing bad holiday shareware DOS games? I think I have some CDs around here that say like 50,000 games. That might be for Windows though. Bug 2 is better, but worse at the same time. People never got to the sequel. Yeah, I've played a bit of Bug, but I have not played Bug 2. Get all these characters. I don't know. So put Rod in Sphere. Let's go. Alright, now we're in a desert. You are in a rocky area that appears to extend in all directions without end. The area is barren with no sign of life. The temperature is almost unbearably high. A bright double sun beats down on the rock, making the air shimmer. To the south is this glowing blue force field portal. We're on Tatooine, you guys. Playing Star Wars Galaxies right now. Oh, man. Now I really want to play Star Wars Galaxies. I wish the private server for that was a lot more active with people, but it's really the community that makes that game. Oh well. Desert. 50,000 variations of Pong. It might be. Feel bad saving often on Doom. Streaming is a whole different ballpark. Repeating each stage constantly. Part of me feels like I never officially beat Doom. Yoda stories for Windows 9 Xuary. I did the entire Yoda, the freaking, yeah, Yoda, whatever the hell it's called. It might have been Yoda stories. But yes, I did the entire thing. I 100%ed that last year. Or this year? January? It might have been around January. I think the VOD is on my YouTube. If you want to check that out, you just Metroid Hatchling on YouTube. But I did every single thing you could do in that game. Yeah, Yoda stories. Okay, yeah. Alright, let's go west. You wander to the west. After walking for several minutes under the pounding sun, you bump against the edge of reality in this zoo in the form of a metal wall. You return to rocky area. You hear a sharp crackling sound from the portal. The color is shifted. Okay. Northwest. Now you have to play the Game Boy Color port of Yoda? Wait, really? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? You're not just making that up? Yoda stories... Game Boy. Holy shit. I need this. How much is it? How much is this? Yoda Stories Game Boy. Look on eBay. I hope it's not super expensive. Okay, you can get the cartridge pretty cheap. Someone's got a new sealed one for like $200. There's one oh, that's just box only for 50? Does anyone have the manual? Oh my gosh. Okay, there's a complete in box open one for $100. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I need to get one of these. I didn't know that was a thing. That looks fantastic. $200, do it. Janky Game Boy ports are always fun. No. This reminds me of a movie. All I remember, it's an old movie with a dude in a desert and a door. It's like a wanderer. Have you ever seen, Deathmark, have you seen, The White Sun of the Desert? It's like an old, Soviet film from the 70s. Has a really, like, cool opening, though, where this guy is just, like, walking through the desert just across these dunes, and he just comes up across, like, a guy who's buried up to his neck in sand, and the guy's just, like, this is the sand, and his you know, he's just his head sticking out, like someone buried him there, and he's just looking up at him. It's just such a interesting, like, start to a movie. Yeah, it's White Sun of the Desert. It should be on YouTube with, like, subtitles, like you just watch it there. It's a really good movie. I've watched it a couple times now. It's pretty fun. You're in a rock, let's see. Your eyes drawn to a low metal trough that emerges from the rock about 3 meters away. In the metal trough, you see some green goo. Oh, okay. The ground is crawling with insect-like creatures. There seem to be millions of them. They immediately start crawling up your legs and over your body. You feel sharp pain in a dozen locations as the nasty little beasts bite you with their mandibles and stab you with the barbs at the end of their scorpion-like tails. The venom from the creatures is building up in your body. You feel a touch under the weather. Oh, these are the scorpions that the lady got stung by, that she was, like, freaking out. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. Other than working at the thrift store, not much to say. Been very cold. Yeah, it's been getting a lot colder here. Did find some 90s Star Wars novels. Yellowed paper. Cool, which ones? I've got a small collection of old Star Wars novels. I'm always looking for the hardcovers. I finally completed my hardcover Thrawn trilogy set. The Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and Last Command. Those are like the best Star Wars books. Okay, so look at Blue Dial. We want the antitoxin, probably. Set Blue Dial to 4. Okay, before we go northwest, though, I want to check out some of the other areas. Let's go north. You're in a rocky area surrounded by mountains. Your eyes drawn to a low metal trough. Oh, okay. We're back here. Okay. Inject me with hypo. Okay. You press the hypo against your arm and feel a sharp sting as the needle enters your skin. Then you hear a soft hissing sound as the selected drug, antitoxin, is injected into your bloodstream. When you pull the hypo away, you see the needle remains deployed, ready. Okay. The creatures continue to crawl all over you and sting you. The venom from the creatures is building up in your body. You feel tired, dizzy, and sick to your stomach. You notice a number of the creatures have entered the open specimen cage. My score went up by 10. The antitoxin is acting on the venom in your body. You feel much better, but I'm still a little queasy. Look at goo. The viscous green goo is what the creatures use for food. The Heechee apparently had to intervene more visibly in the third zoo's ecosystem to keep these creatures alive. This source of food is obviously not natural. The goo is quite disgusting. The creatures continue to crawl all over me and sting me. This is just great. Let's see. What do I want to do here? Can I take goo? You scoop up a handful of the disgusting substance, brushing off a number of frantic, squabbling creatures in the process. My score went up by 5. Eat trough. The creatures continue to crawl all over me and sting me. Okay, inject me with hypo. Antitoxin restores me to health, okay. Eat goo. Doesn't look very appetizing, okay. Let's, take insect. You grab a handful of the creatures, they squirm and struggle against my hand, and you find the little nasties are actually quite strong. Within a few seconds, they have all wiggled out of your grasp. You wind up with a number of extra stings and nothing else. Probably shouldn't hang out in this area too much, right? I don't know. You aren't going to get very far with all those little nasties stinging you every few seconds. You don't have enough antitoxin serum in your hypo unit, and even if you had more, it probably wouldn't be enough. Creatures continue to crawl all over me and sting me. Well, that's just great. Frantic, squabbling creatures, Twitter, Blue Sky. Yeah. See, container, creatures, crystal rod, green dial, green goo. Okay. Okay, I think I will restore here to try to limit the amount of hypo that I use. Set blue dial to 4. Go north. Inject me with hypo. Take goo. Look in cage. You peer in at the creatures, which are currently occupying themselves by scrabbling around inside the specimen cage. The little nasties are about 3 centimeters long, gray in color, with 6 legs and bodies covered with hard chitin. Their mouth parts are surrounded by mandibles. They have scorpion-like segmented tails with barbed stingers. The creatures crawl all over me. Can I take cage? Put goo in cage. You put the goo in the cage and the creatures begin feeding. They continue to crawl all over me and sting me. Climb in trough. Can't get in the metal trough. Game, stop describing politics. Have you ever come across Altered Destiny? It's a DOS game you had but never beat. Altered Destiny. There's so many games out there that I've never heard of. Altered Destiny. Let's see. Do I know this one? A 90s graphic adventure game by Accolade. Hey, it looks kind of cool. It's a point and click. That looks really fun. That's like very Sierra in a way. Kind of reminds me of Space Quest. It looks cool. Gotta have the decoder wheel? Okay, cool. Alright. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for that. That looks fun. Okay, I don't know if there's anything. Can I take cage? You already have the... Oh, okay, so I can... Okay, so I'm gonna restore here. Scorpions. Let's, take cage. You already have the container? Oh, do I? Okay. Alright, so let's go south. Northeast. Oh, no. Yeah, I really want to limit my interactions with these bugs. South, what's to the east? You wander off to the east. Okay, so a few of the creatures escape from the specimen cage and scamper off. Huh. I'm not sure if that's what I want. Let's go south. Okay. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay, yeah, the microphone input was not showing up in OBS at all. It was completely dead. I had to unplug the mic and plug it back in. I don't know. How far back did I lose? Also, hey, Final Fantasy fan, how are you doing today? Mwahaha! It is I, Dr. Radiaki! It's only for like 20-30 seconds? Okay. So all of our little creatures died, apparently. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with these things. I don't know what I'm doing at all here. Like, what is this? What are all these buttons? Press it and then it says something. Okay. Containers made of blue Heechee metal, like a lobster trap. I think I need to. Let's see here. Let's okay. Put rod in sphere. Let's see. Put goo in cage. You put the green goo in the container. Okay. Put goo in cage. Let's see, close cage. Oh, my score went up. Okay, I was supposed to close the cage. You close the metal and glass containers, sealing in several of the hyperactive creatures. Okay. You're still poisoned. Inject hypo on me. Inject me with hypo. Alright. Put rod in sphere. South. 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 Put cage on platform. Look at control. Does that work? Don't know what these do. Oh, there we go. That did a thing. What the heck is this, though? Oh. What? What? I can't read Heechee, you guys. Can you read Heechee? I sure as hell can't. What the heck? How do I figure this puzzle out? Oh my god. What the heck do I do? Does it have something to do with the obelisks? Oh my god. Okay, let's save real quick. Okay, so that's the scanning. I see, that's the scan. That's legs, modify legs, head, body. What? Oh, there's a variety of them. What the hell is this? I have no idea what's going on here. This is a lot of, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I have no idea what I'm doing here. You hate code wheels? I don't know what I'm doing here. What if I do this? Line them all up there. And then hit that button. What does that do? The instant you press the button, the room fills with a low buzzing sound that climbs in pitch until it is a shrill electronic whine. A few seconds later, a section of wall behind the machine slides open. An articulated servo arm emerges and glides over to the specimen cage. The arm has two hand extensions, a two-fingered claw, and a long hypodermic needle. The claw opens the top of the cage, and the needle randomly injects one of the creatures inside the cage. Then the claw closes the cage, and the arm retracts. Intrigued, you look inside the specimen cage. One of the creatures looks ill. It moves slowly and scratches feebly at the floor of the cage. As you watch, two more creatures seem to catch the same illness. It spreads like wildfire until all the little beasties look quite sick. They aren't even eating their goo. There's an idea. Okay, so take cage. By the renewed sounds of scratching and squabbling, You deduce the creatures have resumed their normal level of activity? So we want to, like, make these creatures docile, perhaps? And then we can spread them to the rest of the creatures out in the desert, which will let us get past. That's what we want to do. But how the hell do we do that? We have a variety of these things. See, those are... What the heck? Different legs? Oh, I see. We can modify the head. Oh. What the hell? Not really sure how this works. What that does. There's the tail. Oh, can we get rid of the stingers on their tails? I don't know. Maybe. What about the claws? Get rid of the claws. There you go. I have no idea. So what the heck is this? What am I doing? What does that do? I don't know. I don't think I did it right. So look at paper. Symbols from the first obelisk room, the Blob Zoo. The Ape Man Zoo. Oh. I don't have any way to translate the Hichi, do I? I don't think so. Oh. What the heck? What am I doing to this thing? Does this thing work? Oh. Huh? Okay, so these are the body parts. So if I adjust this, that changes the head? No, that changes the feet. Yeah, okay, so that changes the legs. This changes the head, I think. Yes. Yes, that changes the head. So then this would change body. All right. Apparently. This changes, but I have no idea. What if I did this? Does that do anything? You look in at the creatures in the specimen cage. They continue to be lethargic. You look closer. After a few seconds, you see they're actually changing. They seem to be mutating before your eyes. The end result of the mutation appears to be creatures that are green in color with 6 legs and bodies covered with soft, downy fur. Their mouth parts are surrounded by mandibles. By the renewed sounds of scratching and squabbling, you deduce that they've resumed their normal level of activity. Okay. So we can mutate the creatures that way. Let's see, take cage. Let's introduce these guys back to the put rod in sphere back into the mass and see if we can mutate the rest of them that way. Open cage. Multiple openings appear around the sides and top of the odd metal and glass container. It's now open. The creatures continue to crawl all over you and sting you. Creatures inside the specimen cage make a mad rush out of the specimen cage and melt in the swarming hordes outside. You watch expectantly and are soon rewarded with the sight of several creatures slowing down and moving in a feeble, erratic fashion. The illness spreads quickly. The effects vectoring into the general population with startling rapidity. The Heechee didn't fool around when it came to engineering fast-spreading airborne viruses. Within a few moments, most of the creatures surrounding you have taken ill, are in the throes of metamorphosis. Alright, so can I go north now? Even though most of the creatures are in the process of transformation, there are enough active stinging beasties to ensure you still can't make it very far without a great deal more antitoxin. A stubborn minority of the now mostly listless creatures continues to attack you in a somewhat desultory fashion. They are stinging you as if their hearts weren't in it. Okay. Wait. Almost all the creatures have finished their transformation. The beasties are beginning to skitter about just as frenetically as before. Inject me with hypo. Okay. So it works. It works, but I don't know if I did it right. So we can change them this way. What does this do? What kind of creature does that make? Okay, so that's either a shell or fur. Don't know if that matters. The tail. I don't know if the amount of legs matters, but... Okay, what is this? Look in cage. Creatures that are mottled in gray color with 6 legs and bodies covered with soft downy fur. Their mouth parts are surrounded by suckers. They have flexible whip-like tails. Huh. Okay. Put rod in sphere. Okay, I'll go south and then wait. Set green dial to inject me with hypo. Wait. Inject me with hypo. Alright. Wait. Okay, you see the metal trough here. See some goo. You're standing in a seething mass of now harmless insect-like creatures. They swarm around you, but do not hurt you. There we go. There we go! Alright. Cool. Cool. Swarm around me, but do not hurt me. Okay, now I can go north. There we go! Nice! Alright, we solved the puzzle of the bugs. You are on a vast rock shelf. The area appears to be devoid of life, and the air above the rocks shimmers with heat. The shelf extends in every direction as far as you can see. Let's go west. Okay, nothing. Northwest. Stumble off in a northerly direction. The heat makes you slightly disoriented. After a seemingly endless hike that takes you in a confused weaving path through the desolate terrain, you see a glowing red force field portal hovering in the far distance. You change course and head directly for it. Yeah. Put rod in portal. Go north. Look at obelisk. Okay. Let's see. Northwest. What's here? Oh, there's the freaking eye. You're in one of the long circular corridors that seem to be so common on board this vessel. A sensor eye hangs from the ceiling above you, scanning back and forth. That must be one of the places where the spider dude shows up from. Can I go west? The open door. The door slides open. A section of the corridor wall iris opens. You hear a strange click-clack coming from inside the opening. The sound of metal claws on the surface of the deck. Enormous hulking robot fills the corridor. Yup. Leave. This is a vast space filled with strange equipment. There are Heechee earth movers and cargo transporters, scout cars with balloon tires, ground effect vehicles, and piles upon piles of complicated looking machinery. This must be where the Heechee stored the equipment used for building the zoo environments and collecting the specimens and raw materials from the target planets. Exits lead north, east, and south. Hanging from the roof is one of the malevolent eye sensors. Oh. One piece of machinery catches your eye. It looks like a particle beam gun, perhaps used for drilling or taking core samples, mounted on a heavy tripod. Put goo on eye. No. Take gun. Try to grab the gun in order to remove it from the tripod. As your hands get close to the gun, you experience a very odd feeling indeed. Your hands feel like they're being repelled by a force field of some kind. You try as hard as you can to take the gun, but the closer your hands get to the gun, the slower they move and the more resistance they meet. Finally, you give up, pulling your hands back, and the freaking spider bot is back. Okay, that's great. Robot's not gonna let me go anywhere. Shit. Can I... take force clamp key. Oh my gosh. Alright, so we gotta figure this out before the spider bot gets us. What do we got? What do we got here? Take power cell. You tug on the cable and try to break it, no luck. You finally move the power cell, but it's too heavy. Try to figure out a way of unplugging the gun, no joy. Only thing you can do is pick up the gun once the force field's disabled. Hit force clamp with tuning fork? No. Look at bay. Vast space filled with strange equipment. Look at key. Key's a flat metal rectangle that emerges from a rounded module on the force clamp. Take key. Unlock clamp with key. Okay, you're not holding the force clamp key. Put goo on key. I have no idea. Put rod on key. What the heck? Hit lock with spear. Hit clamp with spear. awkward grip meant for Heechee hands or tentacles, but the trigger mechanism's quite simple. In front of the metal grip is a small metal trigger. Okay. Unlock clamp. Open clamp. Okay, look at clamp. Secured to the tripod in a vertical position by a force clamp, a simple ring of blue metal. The air above the clamp and around the gun shimmers in a peculiar way, almost as if it's refracting light differently. Surmise this effect is due to the force field that holds the gun on the tripod. After a moment of study, you notice a rectangular metal key that protrudes from a small semicircle module on the clamp. Take key. Put key in clamp? What the hell? Turn key. Oh, you turn it. Okay. You turn the key, the blurry field around the clamp and the gun disappears. The gun settles onto the tripod. The robot seems to sense that the clamp has been released and retreats to a position across the room. It seems unsure of what to do next. My score went up by 10. The robot moves forward half a meter. Okay. Shoot eye with gun. Pick up gun. You take the gun from the tripod, noting that it remains secured to another piece of heavy equipment by a thick cable. The length of the cable limits your ability to move more than a few meters in any direction without dropping the gun. Shoot eye with gun. You aim the gun at the sensor eye and pull the trigger. After the gun powers up, you see a beam of blinding white light lance out and hit the sensor. You hose the sensor down with the particle beam, watching as the eye droops and melts. When you have reduced the sensor to a cauterized stump, you release the trigger. The destruction of the sensor eye has an immediate effect on the robot. It appears to be completely blind. Ay! The robot trips over a piece of heavy equipment with a loud clang, then scrambles back to its feet. Shoot robot with gun. You aim at the robot and pull the trigger. The beam of white light jumps out and touches the machine, causing the blue metal under the beam to bubble and smoke. The desperate creature blindingly scuttles around the room, bumping into walls and tripping over heavy equipment. This time, the robot is blind and moves slowly enough that you can follow it relentlessly with the particle beam, carving chunks off in a leisurely fashion. Eventually, you reduce the machine to a collection of smoking, twisted metal parts. Your score has gone up by 25. Alright, look at robot. Open robot. Okay. Alright, cool. Look at equipment. One side of the room is filled with vehicles, the other with stacks of machinery and electronic equipment. The vehicles come in all sizes: large flatbed cargo transporters, little scout cars, even an aircraft that looks like a helicopter. All the vehicles look like they've been battened down for long-term storage. They have been sealed with welded metal plates. As for the equipment, with few exceptions, it looks equally useless. Alright, I can't take the gun with me, but... You're in another central corridor that runs north to south. Hanging from the ceiling of the corridor is a sensor of some kind. It looks like a malevolent eye. Oh, okay, yeah. And this is back to the main room, I think. Yep. Talk to Diana. How are you feeling? Feeling a whole lot better than I was. If you hadn't come along when you did, I'd be dead. Okay, what, do you have anything to say? I don't think she has anything to say. But now the robot's gone, so we can handle that. Trim your toenails with a particle gun. Computer room. This is a small blue room. The air around you seems to crackle with electricity. The deck underfoot vibrates slightly and you hear a low resonating humming sound that gives the impression of great power held in check. Narrow passageways lead to the northeast and northwest. Immediately before you is a large equipment housing of some kind. An access panel on the front of the housing is closed. Open panel. You wrestle with the panel for a moment. Eventually it opens to reveal a complex matrix of crystal pathways. Nested among the geometric patterns, not quite flush with the surrounding matrix, are 6 rectangular crystal cores. The cores are all glowing softly with different colored light. You can see orange, red, purple, green, blue, and yellow. You hear a disembodied voice that seems to come from somewhere overhead. It speaks in a strange mechanical voice with a bit of lisp to it. Is it Dr. Radiaki? Dr. Radiaki, is that you? Human, do not speak because I cannot hear you. This is a one-way communication. Now listen closely. You are dangerously close to disrupting my ability to comply with the first directive. I cannot allow that to happen. Okay. What's your first directive? You and the other humans that have been aboard this vessel, the Radiaki emote, at one time or another are dangerous and unpredictable. You destroy and disrupt systems that have functioned perfectly for periods equal to thousands of your lifetimes. Apparently it's Dr. Radiaki. I can't even get through this with a straight face. Oh my gosh. You are insignificant pests and you interrupt my studies, threaten my ship, and endanger the Pran in the first directive. Developed by my masters many aeons ago. My masters are more powerful than the gods you worship in your primitive religions. Yet you do not hesitate to tamper with the master's designs. Your arrogance and ignorance are awesome in scope. When the first humans came to this vessel in scout ships made by my masters, I was fascinated. I used my Waldo unit to digitize the thought patterns of the early visitors. I studied them and learned about humanity. In due time, I notified my masters of your existence. Of my own volition, I brought my ship back to the Stahl system in order that I might better study you. After all, it appeared that you had made startling progress. Coming here was a mistake. Your progress is deceiving. Each succeeding group of human visitors has been more troublesome than the last. You are like vermin. You infest sections of the ship that should be off limits. You have wrought havoc in the specimen study areas, altering formerly can't read this, stable ecosystems in fundamental ways. You have destroyed delicate machinery, including my Waldo unit. Enough is enough. That Radiaki stream was great. You saw it on break at work, the low frame rate. Oh my god. Yeah. I priced that game, put it in the shop. Someone else can play it again. Dr. Radiaki. That game is horrendous. Like one of the worst computer games I've ever played. That new Radiaki remaster's still a mess. Should have never bought it. Oh, did you buy the remaster? Oh my god. I've been playing Eric the Unready. Oh yeah? Yeah, that was another Legend game. That one looked pretty cool. How do you say your name? Devaf? Devaf? Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Eric the Unready looks really cool. It's pretty funny. Awesome. Yeah, these Gateway games have really got me interested in seeing what else Legend has done with their parser. It's a really cool parser system they have. Dr. Radiaki is a future cult classic. Man, you guys are making me want to just keep the box. I wonder if I should take it back home. I don't want to play it again. But it's a cool box. Oh my gosh. I've not yet heard from my masters. In the absence of guidance from them, I've decided to take action. I intend to bring this vessel closer to your sun and destroy the artifact you call Gateway. This action will limit the interstellar wanderings of your race until I can confer with the masters. They can decide what to do with you later. Meanwhile, I will leave this star system to my mission. I can't do it. I can't do it. And resume my mission unencumbered with human nuisances. I cannot do the Dr. Radiaki voice. It's just... I just laugh too much. So human, I am forced to terminate your existence. I cannot digitize your thought patterns and transfer you to my memory banks because you destroyed the mobile Waldo unit. You will truly die. I will now begin emptying these rooms of oxygen, nitrogen atmosphere. You hear pumps begin to labor somewhere and a gentle breeze ruffles your hair. Oh no. Oh no. Remove red crystal. No. What? Look at panel. Remove red core. You tug gently on the red core, you hear a soft click, and the crystal core begins to emerge from the matrix of the wine. As more of it becomes visible, the glowing light inside of it begins to fade. When the data core finally stops moving, it is extended about 8 centimeters and is almost completely dark. Quick, hold your breath. Remove orange core. Remove... Was there a yellow core? Remove purple core. Air's getting a little thin. Remove blue core. Remove green core. Okay, I've deactivated all the cores. Another small room. Narrow passageways lead to the northeast and southeast. Immediately before you is a large equipment housing with closed access panel. Open panel. You wrestle with the panel for a moment. Reveals a complex matrix of crystal pathways. Okay. Remove red core. Ship's computer speaks. You must not touch anything in this room. Oh, okay. Remove orange core. Remove yellow core. Remove blue core. Voice sounds a little on edge. Remove green core. I'm having trouble breathing. Look at matrix. Remove purple core. Okay. Open panel. More cores. Remove all cores. Your brain's start of oxygen finally gives out. You collapse in an untidy pile on the floor. Oh, okay. Alright. Okay, so before I do that, let's go talk to our computer friend. Look at monitor. It's probably a certain number, like the certain things we have to remove. Dr. Teriyaki sounds delicious. You press the first button, the screen blanks out, then Miki's image fades in. Hello again, she says, her soft voice coming from the console. Alright, how do I... These are not the questions I want to ask. Tell me how to get off this ship? I don't know. Fly this vessel back to Earth. I have to defeat the intelligence that runs the ship, reach the control center in the forward section, and program the navigational systems with a course code for Earth orbit. I've developed a plan for doing this, and I believe I have succeeded in shielding my plan. That's good. During the times the ship's computer keeps me activated, I've learned a fair amount about the ship. Navigation systems are located all the way forward, beyond the science sections and lab rooms in the midsection. Near the ship's control center is the main computer, a redundant array of 4 massive computer systems. Yeah, I think those are the 4 crystal things. You need to get to the forward part of the ship and shut down the elements of the computer system that are home to the intelligence that runs the ship. To get to the front, you go through the zoo sections. Yeah, okay. When you get to the main computer room, you need to find the cores that are the same color as the core you used to activate me. The correct color is green. Pull all the green cores out. Oh, it will knock out the high-level functions, leaving the lower-level maintenance and operation capabilities. The core you plugged into the computer in this room activates the matrix that serves as my home. Leave it plugged in. It may be able to help you in your battle with the oldest one. Okay, so we just gotta pull out the green cores. Alright. That works. That'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Alright. Open panel. Alright, here we go. Remove green core. Alright, so then we go northwest. Open panel. Remove green core. Northeast. Open panel, then remove green core. Okay. Southeast. Open panel, then remove green core. You wrestle with the panel for a moment. Eventually, it opens to reveal a complex matrix. Yeah, okay. You tug on the green crystal. The crystal block emerges and goes dark. My score went up by 15. Sweet. Nice. Combination commands are awesome. Yeah, I don't use them enough. I really should. As the light fades from the last of the green cores, you hear the ship's computer give an uncharacteristic wail of frustration and despair. The pumps stop draining precious air from the room. There's a brief silence, followed by the sound of a familiar female voice. Hey, you did it! You managed to knock out the primary AI cluster, the home of the oldest one. The voice belongs to Miki Akiro. She pauses, then continues. The oldest one has been booted from the control cores. I figured out how to plug in. I've got the run of the ship's computer systems, even though I'm still physically on the Matrix in the aft part of the ship you activated earlier. The good news is that you have the oldest one on the run. Bad news is that it isn't dead yet, and it's a worse threat than ever. In fact, the oldest one vacated the dead AI cluster and has taken residence in some unused capacity in the engineering data cores. It doesn't want us to take over the vessel. Even as we speak, it's using a bypass it has created in the engineering systems to force an overload of the Star Drive engines and destroy the ship. Okay. By my reckoning, we have about 15 minutes before this vessel is consumed in a matter-antimatter reaction. Well, that's great. The oldest one no longer controls the life support system, which means it can't pump any more air out of the computer rooms. Air is the least of your problems, however. We are going to disappear in a spectacular multi-gigaton fireball if we don't do something soon. We must find the cores corresponding to the engineering section and take them offline. I can help you, even though you can't communicate directly with me, and I cannot see the physical layout of the cores, we can still cooperate. I can provide feedback on the effects of your actions. Deactivate the cores one at a time, and I can tell you what happens. As you pull cores, we can figure out which ones are part of the engineering systems. Then we can pull out enough of the engineering cores to degrade the performance of the engineering systems to the point where the oldest one must die or flee to another subsystem. So let's get started. Pull out a core and I will tell you what I sense in terms of its impact on the shipboard systems. Remember that at least one core must remain active in each of the remaining clusters. Some of the clusters control essential shipboard systems. If you take down an entire cluster, the system it governs will fail. If it is an essential system like life support or engineering, we will most likely be goners. Let's do it. We have 14 minutes left. Alright, so let's save. Well, remove, let's see, so I'm thinking next generation engineering is yellow uniform, so we could go with yellow. Red uniform for original series, so I'm thinking either yellow or red. Remove yellow core. Life support in the methane breathing and hydrogen helium zoos just failed for a few microseconds. There's also a series of blips in the main life support systems. That was a life support core. Okay, so not yellow. Insert yellow core. Let's see, put yellow core in. Put yellow core back in. Insert yellow core. Okay, I don't know. Remove red core. A non-essential library system used for scientific study is currently in standby mode. Okay, so it's, I was wrong. In Matrix? Put yellow core in Matrix. Okay, I don't know. Figure it out later. Remove purple core. Internal maintenance systems? No. Remove orange core? Communications and monitoring systems. Temporary shutdown. These subsystems are separate from engineering. This core is for communications only. Look at Matrix. What colors? Blue. Remove blue core. I just detected a series of anomalies in the shipboard power distribution grid, the artificial gravity generators, and the first and third star drive control units. I think processing... I think processing for those systems has been shunted to backup cores. Those systems feel like engineering systems to me. You're on the right track. Okay, so blue. Reinsert yellow core. Okay. Remove blue core. You're definitely on the right track. Okay. Southwest. Remove blue core. You tug gently on the blue crystal core. You hear a grinding noise as the doors in the southern computer room iris open, followed by another mechanical sound as a new door opens in the forward computer room. My score went up by 15. We did something. Miki gives a short yell of triumph. We've succeeded! I can't detect the presence of the oldest one anywhere in the main computer system. I've released the locks on the bridge doors and computer room exits. Now we must figure out how to program the navigation consoles on the bridge with the course code for an orbit around Earth. I don't know which code applies to Earth specifically, but I have a theory and a way of... What the hell? Something is coming towards me. It's moving after the ship's data lines from the computer rooms. Oh my god, it's the oldest one. It didn't die, it just moved. It's coming into the Matrix with me. The Matrix doesn't have enough processing power to... It's in here with me. Miki sounds terrified. It's here. Oh my god, it's taking over. It's killing me. I'm dying again. Help, please. Hurts. No. Silence. Then the sibilant voice of the oldest one fills the computer room. You shall not have this vessel! I have taken over the Matrix once occupied by the stored personalities of the other humans. I have once again started the process of breaching the matter antimatter containment units. In 30 minutes the reaction will go critical and the ship will explode. At least I shall perish knowing that I have denied your dangerous race the vast power of this ship. Silence returns. Okay, well, I think I know what to do now. We gotta head south. South, 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 east, east. The ghostly voice of the oldest one reverberates through the ship. In 20 minutes, star drive engines will overload. I must regard my mission as a failure. I hope my master will understand. Remove a cube from Matrix. Wait a minute. Remove crystal cube. You tug on the green crystal cube. It comes loose from the jack in the Matrix. The screens begin blinking out one by one, and you hear a desperate wail as the alien intelligence loses its grip on the ship's computer systems. Then there is silence. You've done it! You've stopped the countdown. Now you must return to the forward part of the ship, find the bridge, and figure out how to fly the ship home. Alright. There's that happy public access music again. Yo! I got my service celebration today for 20 years at Disneyland. Wait, you work at Disneyland? For real? That's cool. Sweet. What do you do there? That sounds pretty interesting. This is good, but I like the Mass Effect themes better. Make ride go. Well, someone's got to make the ride go. Yeah, congrats. Yeah, that's cool. That is really cool. Thank you for keeping the rides going. You just got 5 years at your workplace, Indy? Oh, wow. Congratulations. Alright, what are we doing here? What's southeast? They're giving you a shirt? Is it a good shirt? So here's the... It should say I worked here for 5 years and all I got was this lousy shirt. You got a big statue of Simba? That's kind of cool. Let's see. Activate green core. Can't turn that on. Oh, okay. Activate blue core. Can't turn that on. Let's see, activate red core. Really? Insert red core. What is the freaking verbiage here? Eat red core. Bite red core. Push north. Push north. Push red core? Oh! It was push though. So thank you. Push purple core. Why is it push? Push orange core. Push. What the heck is the other color? Green, blue, and yellow core? Look at cores. Push. Push yellow core. It's already active, but it says it's deactive. Push green core. Nothing happens. Push blue core. Would undo some of the progress I've made? Okay. Push yellow core. Retract it into its position. The hell? Remove yellow core. Push yellow core. Look at panel. It still says yellow is deactivated. Maybe that's just a bug. I don't know. Weird. But it's not even lit up on the screen here. Lifeless. Okay. Can I push yellow core? It's already active. It's retracted in its position inside the main computer and is glowing brightly. But it's not! What the heck, man? Okay, I think I'm going to reload here real quick. See, remove blue core. Yeah. So we're just gonna, just so I don't have to like, hopefully that removing the yellow doesn't like screw me over somehow. Remove blue core. Okay, cool. Well, you hose the engineering systems. A few seconds later, a huge explosion shakes the ship, and the matter-antimatter containment fields in the star drive engines fail, and the ship vanishes into an expanding ball of incandescent gas. Wait, what? I did something this time. Okay. Blue core. Definitely on the right track. Southwest. Remove blue core. Alright. And then here we have okay. I see. So now we just go back here. Remove cube. The happy music again. It's so happy. Yay! My AI friend got eaten alive by another AI. And then we killed him. Yeah. Over there. Alright, northwest, northeast, north. Alright, we're on the bridge. This is a large open room that's obviously the control center or bridge of the starship. The bridge is unusual in its construction in that it is all rectilinear lines and angles except for the rounded control consoles. The most surprising thing is a bank of huge windows looking out on the stars. The Hichi were never big on windows and seemed to prefer enclosed spaces with curvy, organic lines suggestive of tunnels or caves. The only exit's to the south. One of the round control consoles is directly in front of you. Look at console. You examine the console. You see a control panel and a course selection system that you recognize from your old adventures as a gateway prospector. Course codes consisting of 4 Heechee number symbols identify pre-programmed destinations. You can enter a course code using the 4 little display windows, then engage the FTL engines by pressing the large Go button in the upper right-hand corner of the panel. Alright, I know how this works now. Yeah. So before we do that though, I need to check. Look at paper. We don't want to go to Blob Planet. We want to go to 8-Man Room, because that is Earth. This one, what the heck? Maybe if I can try to write that? Sure. Burp, 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 burp. And then burp, 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 burp. Alright? Yeah. Use rubber chicken with pulley in middle on cable. How you doing, Dustin? What's up? Rubber chicken with a pulley in the middle. Look behind you, there's a 3-headed monkey. You fight like a cow. Alright, so that's what we need there. Look at console. That's the second biggest spaceship I've ever seen. Okay, so we want that one. And then we want... Is that right? Yes, that one. And then we want... that. And then this one. That one? I think it's that one. Yeah, this game's been really good. It's, yeah, no, this game's fantastic. You're doing well? Better now that I finished work for the day? That's good. That's good. Yeah, this game's been really, really awesome. Hey, this should take me to Earth. The ship trembles as the star drive powers up and launches the 3 million ton vessel into Tau space. During the short voyage home, you and Diana collect all of the objects and artifacts that you discovered during your adventures on the ship. You create a pile of the objects on the floor of the bridge. The only devices you keep with you are the tuning fork and the crystal rod, both of which you plan to use to further explore the ship. Hey, look at that. We're flying home. Ow. Here we are. We're in orbit. Eventually, the gigantic ship comes out of Tau space between Earth and the Moon. When you and Diana see the luminescent blue and white crescent of your homeworld beyond the bridge view screens, you hold each other briefly and Diana cries a little. I never expected to see it again, she murmurs softly. Then the moment passes, and it is time to get to work. High-resolution graphics! Yep. After several hours spent repairing, cursing, cajoling, and coaxing the radios on the wrecked probe ship, you manage to establish communications with Romeo Delta 1, the Gateway Corporation base in Florida. You talk to the mission specialist on duty for a few minutes, and then he patches you through to the senior corporation executive who called you in your condo so long ago. The executive listens carefully as you describe your adventures from the moment he made the fateful call until your arrival near Earth aboard the huge artifact. He grills you about the zoos, the oldest one, and the ship's capabilities. Oh no, Florida man. Yeah, the California base got wiped out by some very well-armed terrorist group. I don't know what the deal was with them, but they were kind of cultists, I think. They want the end times to come, and I don't know. The arrival of the ship is like egged them on. Finally, the questions stop. Good work, he says, with obvious gratitude in his voice. The UN will have to decide how to handle this matter from here on. Given that you have food and water aboard the ship, I'm going to ask you to sit tight until they figure out what to do with the ship. Now that the threat of the assassins has gone away, this will become a political football. We will advise you before a ship heads out your way. Thank you again. Earth out. The communication terminates. A few seconds later, the radio speakers begin to emit a strange pulsing whine. Suspicious, you attempt to recontact Romeo Delta 1. You can't make contact. It's almost as if your transmissions are being jammed. You and Diana wait. A day passes and still you're not able to reestablish contact. Just when you're about to give up, the radio crackles with a crisp voice transmission. Artifact, do you read? This is General Carey of the UNSS. This is urgent. You acknowledge Carey's transmission. He continues. Thank God I got to you. Listen up. The Phoenix sect has been jamming your radio and we've only just managed to break through. While the UN was jawboning, the sect launched 3 Marauder-class exo-atmospheric interceptors. They are on their way to the artifact. On board are teams of Phoenix sect commandos. They intend to take over the artifact. Once on board, they plan to program the ship with the location of the assassin's hiding place. Yes, the sect somehow got a hold of the most sensitive Gateway Corporation data and learned where the assassins live. Gateway Corporation scientists found the location about a year ago. It is an ultra-massive black hole located at the edge of the Milky Way. The Heechee had hazard symbols plastered all around the thing on their star maps. It was actually pretty obvious once you knew what to look for. The corporation eggheads call the assassin's black hole the Kugelblitz. Don't ask me why. Anyway, the sect intends to fly the artifact to the Kugelblitz and alert the assassins to the existence of humanity. They want to bring the assassins back with them and cleanse the Earth just like they've been preaching for years. You must stop them. Keep them from boarding. Don't let them steal the ship. This could be the end. The assassins will come after us when they discover the artifact. I recommend that you hide away on the ship and sabotage it somehow. The trip to the Kugelblitz will take several days. You have some time. The transmission is interrupted by the pulsing whine, then a new voice speaks, a cold and sardonic voice. Sorry, Carey was too late after all. We're boarding your lovely ship already. You'll be coming with us, but with a slight change in your status, from alive to dead. You feel the faint thump of a ship docking. You and Diana leap to your feet and bolt from the probe ship. Split up, you yell as you run through the cargo bay. You toss her the crystal rod and she heads off into the northwest corridor toward the zoos. You run down the central corridor and then veer off into a part of the ship you haven't explored yet. Shots ring out behind you. You duck into a room and lean up against the wall. Panting from lack of breath, you take a quick stock of your surroundings. It's a cavernous room filled with pod-like sarcophagi. Each pod has a locked access door and a keypad, and a set of Heechee symbols engraved on the outside. They look like armored versions of the cryo-sleep capsule in your probe ship. You get the glimmerings of an idea. Perhaps you can hide. As you study one of the pods, you feel the queasy lurch that announces a Tau space jump. The ship is on its way to the Kugelblitz. You shake your head, ignoring the larger implications of that fact. You focus on the task at hand. You enter the symbols engraved on one of the capsules into the corresponding keypad. You feel a fierce exhilaration as the access door hisses open. You aren't dead yet. You climb inside the pod. The access pod closes behind you as you squeeze into the claustrophobic space. You take a deep breath. The ship's a big place, and although the terrorists outnumber you, at least you've bought enough time to hatch a plan. What happened to Diana? You are just starting to relax when the pod begins to move. You hear the grinding of an ancient mechanism and then the laboring of pumps. No! It can't be! You begin scrabbling at the access door, but it's too late. The pod drops free of the artifact through massive airlock doors. You have inadvertently discovered and activated one of the artifact's FTL lifeboat escape pods. Oh. Alright then. Well, bye. The pod drops out of Tau space for a moment, reorients, then launches back into FTL. After a journey of several hours, you hear the thump of maneuvering thrusters and then the scream of re-entry through an atmosphere. You are landing. Seconds later, the pod hits the surface of the planet with a bone-jarring impact. The access door opens. Part 3. Rescue. A score has gone up by 40. Landing site. Pale sunlight falls from an overcast sky onto a carpet of ice. The flat surface extends to the horizon and is broken only by the scar of the escape ship's impact. The ship is here and remains embedded a few meters in the torn ice. Natural paths wind away to the north, east, and west. Beyond an access panel in the ship's hull, you see the ship's drive mechanism. A squat round metal clamp lies nearby, thrown from the escape ship on its landing. You see a compass here. Alright, well, we've entered the new section of the game. I'm going to take a short break to eat a little bit and use the bathroom and all that stuff. I'll be back in like, I don't know, guess maybe like 15 minutes or so. So, yeah, just a short break. Be back soon. Okay, I'm back. Hello! Hello, hello. That wasn't too long, was it? Got a terrible cough all of a sudden. Oh, man. Alright. So, we don't know where we are. We landed on an ice planet, or a planet with ice. We don't know if it's an ice planet. Maybe it's a regular planet and we just landed on one of the poles. Don't know. Oh, pretty good. Did you inhale your Cane's chicken fingers? I did. I did. It was pretty good though. Huh. I ate it as fast as I could. Can be an ice planet as long as that means it's not a mean planet. It can be a nice planet. How are you doing, Rhizone? It's secretly hot. I don't know if that's a secret. It might just be hot. I'm doing alright. Doing alright. This game's been pretty good. Hasn't been stumping me too much. So that's good. We're on part 3 of the game already. Let me check my score. 675 out of 1600. I think we still have a long way to go. December with a C, going strong. Hey Renegade Retro, how you doing? Good to see you. How's your day been? Still sore from shucking oysters? It was oysters, right? You're on the 2% of a magma planet that is frozen. There you go. Yes. Yeah, this is actually we're on Mustafar. Whole planet is molten except for the poles. We just ended up landing at a very frozen part of it. Hey, Grey Attack, what's up? How you doing? On a work break, no shucking today? That's good. You need a break. Shucking oysters is fun, is it? I've never shucked an oyster. I don't think. Probably not. It sounds kind of interesting, though. Like, there's worse things to do, I would imagine. How are you doing, Grey Attack? What are you up to today? Good to see you. Came in to 3 minutes of your break and found myself looking at sour cream and onion Doritos while waiting. Why were you looking at sour cream and onion Doritos? Let's look at the clamp. The clamp is a flat and circular, about 1/2 meter in diameter and 10 centimeters thick. Despite its age, it is spotless and looks like it's in excellent condition. On one side, there's a red button. Even in your limited experience with Heechee machinery, you recognize the disc as a magnetic clamp, a favorite tool of the Heechee. Take clamp. I got the clamp. Good. Damn, telling everyone that you're 41 years old. Is it your birthday? Well, happy birthday, Grey Attack. Happy birthday. Did you do anything fun today? I hope you do something fun or eat some good food or something. Happy birthday, young man. I was snacking on Buffalo Ranch. Ooh, Buffalo Ranch sounds good. Is that a Dorito? Buffalo Ranch Dorito? I didn't even know that was a thing. That sounds pretty good, though. I like buffalo and I like ranch. Oftentimes when I eat chicken fingers, I'll get like a container of ranch and I'll pour a little bit of the Frank's Red Hot buffalo sauce in there. Mix it up so you have that buffalo ranch to dip the chicken fingers in. It's really good. It's an occasional flavor? Okay. Alright, so I got the clamp. Look at code. You see the telltale Heechee symbols at the bottom of your escape ship. The code is the same one you punched into the keypad when you escaped from the artifact. And then ended up wherever the hell we are now. Look at compass. It's a small, Heechee-made electronic instrument that must have fallen from your escape ship when you exited. A glowing arrow points to the north. Okay, well, I want to take the compass. Look at keypad. Can I take the keypad? Oh shoot, what's happening? You catch a flash of reflected sunlight in the corner of your eye. Turning towards it, you discover a strangely shaped ice formation. When it moves, however, you realize the formation is not ice, but something quite alive. Crystalline, but organic nonetheless. The thing reminds you of a spinal cord, ripped from a vertebrae's back, and set into motion like a reared-up snake. Tiny arcs of electricity course throughout its body, and sparks fly into the air. It slides gracefully over the frozen ground on myriad tiny appendages, closing the distance between you. Oh, man. Are the Greys attacking you yet? I think we're getting attacked by Greys right now. By the way, I wouldn't make comments like that if I wasn't hit with a male pattern baldness at 18, currently 35 myself. You know, Patrick Stewart! He started to bald at 17. So, you know. But he looks good without hair, you know? I think he would look weird with hair. I think he would look really weird with hair. I don't know. There are pictures of Patrick Stewart, like, wearing a toupee. Doesn't look quite right. You went to Aldi's grocery store and grabbed a handful of Aldi's nuts? Aldi's nuts? Oh, man. Oh, let's see. Okay, so... Oh, there it is. There it is. It's an ice monster. It stops and tilts a flat head-like appendage toward you. Sunlight filters through the crystal plate and dances on the surface. The light separates into a spectrum of colors like a prism, but then resolves into pictures, moving pictures. Somehow, this alien is harnessing the surrounding light to display a tiny scene. Wait, what? You recognize the picture as the place where you stand, sans your escape ship. Suddenly, you can see your ship streak out of the sky and crash into the ice. This thing's a projector? What? The best special effects in Star Trek IV were spent on William Shatner's hair when he was swimming. I don't know him as Patrick Stewart. His name is Jean-Luc Picard. Captain of the USS Enterprise. Oh, there's me crashing. In the scene, the hatch opens and you step out. It seems that what the creature's depicting are the events that have just occurred. Hey, that's me! That's me! Look! We can see my character! That's like the... Is that the first time in either game that we've seen the main character from the third person? That's weird. Looks just like you. Just terrible names. Yeah, me too. Oh man, we can finally see ourselves. Wow. The alien enters the scene. He shows you the tiny images in your head appendage. Oh, no, in his... He shows you the tiny images in his head appendage. Okay. Not my head appendage, his head appendage. Okay, two different head appendages. It's too many head appendages. And then leaves. You follow along. These events obviously have not yet happened. So you surmise that the creature is picting the actions that it would like to see you perform. Oh, okay. What? The pictures fade into a meaningless jumble of light and color. When they are gone, the creature tilts its head and pauses, as if waiting for you to do something. After a few moments, it straightens up and slides to the east. If he was a church guy who obsessed over sports teams, he'd be Statrick Pewart. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Okay, I think I picked up both of the things that I needed to pick up. Let's go east. You stand in a stark, open, ice-covered plain. Around this area, a few projections of ice poke out of the ground, but generally the level scenery remains undisturbed. In the distance, you can see ice mountains that catch the shimmering sunlight. Sorry. Natural paths wind toward the north and west. This image looks really cool. You like it? Yeah, this game has really cool pictures. Like all the images of like where you're walking through things. Can I wonder if I can like... No, I was trying to see if I could make the image larger. But I don't think so. I'm not sure. The crystalline creature notices that you're following. It waits for me to catch up, then moves north. So if I press half... Okay, yeah, that's... that way. Menu. I can't make it bigger, but... the images are pretty cool. If I were to rate you from a 1 to 10, I would say you're an 8. If you were a country full of people, I would say you're a nation. Let's go north. You stand in a stark, open, ice-covered plain. Around this area, a few projections of ice poke out of the ground, but generally, the level scenery remains undisturbed. In the distance, you see ice mountains. Okay, it's the same thing. Crystalline creature notices you are following, then it goes east. Oh my gosh, there's a whole bunch of them. I found the Saturn Valley of snake crystals. Of crystal snake aliens. You're standing in the center of a bustling village where the shelters seem to have been carved directly out of the native ice. The largest of these shelters lies to the south. To the east, a fissure splits the ground and a ramp slopes down into it. You also see an open area filled with ice sculptures off to the southeast. After staring at the creatures for a time, their similarity to spinal cords become increasingly pronounced. Because of this, you decide to call them cords. With a K. A smaller cord, apparently a child, approaches an elder and displays a fuzzy picture of a stick in its head. A bud pops out of the larger cord's spindly body. This bud slowly lengthens into a shape very similar to the stick and then drops off. The child forms two small pincers. He uses them to grab the stick the elder has made. Then it slithers to one side, happily banging the stick along the ground. Your guide awaits you outside the large building to the south. When you walk into the village, it slides inside. Interesting, okay. Huh. For some reason, instead of urinate, my mind went to your innate. What? To be like, hey, thanks. Urinate. Oh, urinate. Oh. That's not even at all how I read it. I get it now, though. Okay. Surprisingly enough, innate was part of the joke, and 8 is 2 words spoken almost the same as innate, as 1 word, then 3-word combo, you're innate. I just took it at face value. Alright, look at stick. It looks like a stick made out of crystal. The child grips it tightly, banging it against every available surface. Take stick. You reach for the stick, but the child whisks it away. It brings the stick back and wiggles it near your hand, but when you grab at it, the tiny cord jerks it away again. Frustrated, you give up. Alright. We'll go south to the large dwelling. Other than its inhabitants, the interior of the shelter is completely empty. The walls slope inward and come to a point at the ceiling, much like a tent. They are smooth as glass and show no chips or scratches where they were carved from the ice. A very old cord is resting against the south wall. Your guide sits in front of it, as an acolyte would sit before his holy master. You see your guide picking quick moving images to the old cord. The pictures in its head show your ship's arrival, followed by your encounter with the guide. The other cord, motionless up to this time, slowly rises and approaches you. Images flicker and flash randomly in the old one's head, then the shapes and colors settle down and begin to tell a story. A Hichi escape ship, very much like yours, plummets out of the sky, trailing fuel. Upon impact with the icy surface, the fuel catches on fire and explodes. The blast creates an enormous crater hundreds of meters in diameter. Over time, an ice glacier reclaims the crater. It slowly crawls over the entire area, completely hiding the ship. Sometime later, a great tremor fractures the glacier. A crack spirals outward from the center. Aftershocks widen the crack and create others. Soon, a maze of passages riddles the glacier. Oh. A party of cords enters the maze of passages. As they hike along, they pause at every intersection. One of them drops a ball, and they watch to see which exit it rolls toward. Each time, they follow this path. Well, these critters are weird. Eventually, they arrive at the center and find the escape ship buried under tons of ice. The cords create cutting tools and working tirelessly, excavate a pit around the ship. As the pit deepens, they build a ladder to help them enter and exit easily. Hichi, wait, this is based on the novels by Frederik Pohl? I'm so oblivious. Yes, this is based on Gateway by Frederik Pohl. That's why it's called Gateway. Yeah. The ship appears completely intact. Yes, he wrote the Gateway series. He did. The first game that I played last year, you play as one of the prospectors who gets in the Hichi shuttle pod things, and you like go to weird random coordinates and stuff, and yeah, that was fun. Took me only 1.5 games to figure it out. It's alright. The ship appears completely intact. They try to get inside but cannot seem to open the hatch. Eventually, they abandon the attempt and prepare to leave. Before they go, one of the cords carves an exact likeness of the ship, including all symbols and markings. Carrying the carving before them, the cords wind their way back through the maze of passages and return to the village. My score went up by 10. The old cord moves away and settles against the south wall again, its story done. Your guide slides out the door and back into the village. You see a child here. The child is holding a stick. Look at child. The young cord's crystal body is tinged with light blue arcs of electricity. It is about half the size of the full-grown cords, which all seem to come to about your waist. It has 2 small pincers with which it holds a white stick. Bangs the stick everywhere, but seems especially fond of rubbing it against its head, which makes the stick produce an annoying, high-pitched whine. Take stick from child. I did not play the Dig. I think I played a demo of it. I might have done a demo of it last year. I don't actually own the Dig. I also have the box for Loom, but I don't own Loom either. I need to get a copy of the Dig. Yeah, it was just a demo. Getting command prompt got vibes from this game. Yeah, it's one of those like text parser games. Essentially, it's a text adventure with added images. So whatever you're looking at, they'll or whatever room you're in, they'll have an image depicting it, but really it's a text adventure. The voices in the demo weren't the full game voices. Yeah, that sounds right. The picture book text adventure. Exactly. Yeah, kind of like The Hobbit on Apple II. Or some of the Lord of the Rings games as well. Or like that. These guys pioneered the entire game industry. More akin to choose your own adventure. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fun. C:/GW2. You don't need to use the word C:/GW2. CD C:/Doom. Just old games in general. Yeah, this game came out in 1993, and the one before it was 92. Doom denied. Play Doom. Don't need to use the word Doom. Damn it. Hit child with tuning fork. You strike the tuning fork, it produces an eerie ringing tone. The Cord villagers seem pained by the sound and draw away from me. Melt Ice Wizard. Yeah. CDC:/Quake. Oh. Throw thermal pod. This game is devoid of doom. Hey Elagos, how are you doing? Praise to thee. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. You just watched Big earlier today? Someone recreated the game that he was playing. Like, I guess when they made the film, that wasn't an actual game. They just made it for the movie. But it has since been made into an actual game that you can play. I gotta find I don't know, copy of it online. The movie Big, with Forrest Gump, Tom Hanks. That's right. At the beginning of the movie, he's playing the like a text adventure where he's like trying to kill some wizard dude, and that text adventure at the time was not a game that existed. It's just something they made for the movie, but someone made a fan game of it, so you can play that. I'm manning the front of the comic shop right now. Awesome. That's cool. You get anything cool in lately? I got a bunch of late 60s Daredevils from the comic shop here last week. Big stack of like, I don't know, maybe 30 of them. Those are pretty fun. I like the old Daredevils. Ever played a text adventure? Closest I got to what you've been streaming lately were kids' PC games at school in the 90s. Oh, okay. You play Oregon Trail? Pretty cool they made a game specifically for a movie, even if it was a segment. Yeah, it's kind of neat. I like this music. This music's kind of nice. Take stick. Push red button. You hear a light hum coming from the clamp. Give clamp to child. The cord child seems thrilled at your action. It stares intently at the magnetic clamp. A small bud forms on its body. The bud slowly changes into something that loosely resembles the clamp, but the result is clearly a failure. The bud drops off and shatters in the ground, then the child returns to its game. Give fork to child. Nah, no. Press button. Okay. Nothing lately, really. We should be getting a collection in tomorrow. 200 long boxes? My god, that's a lot of comics. That is a lot of freaking comics. How many comics is that? Let's see, a long box would hold, what, like 400 or 500 comics? That's a lot of comics. There's gotta be something good in there. Let's see, what's southeast? Ice garden. You stand in a garden of ice sculptures, each piece more beautiful than the last. The craftsmanship displayed here is unparalleled by anything you have seen on Earth. All of the statues look fragile, but some seem compact enough to lift. The garden is divided into two sections by a path that straggles from the northwest to the south. See, look at bowl. Take bowl. Take the bowl. Okay. Look at cutter. It's a carving of a sharp, wicked-looking cutting tool. However nasty it looks, it remains as fragile as the ice from which it was born. Take cutter. Look at gem. A piece of uncut crystal. Protrusions radiate outward like fingers grasping at air. Take gem. Huh? I'm just like taking their whole freaking ice garden. It's all mine! It's an ice carving of something that looks like a flying leech, only not as attractive. Take lamprey. Oh? Hello? Okay. Microphone muted itself again? Wait, loud? What? $340 to $400 a box? Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of comics. It was you? Okay. Would asking about the game he's playing help, or is that worthless? Oh. Yeah, sorry, I don't know the microphone, like, that's the second time this stream where it's disconnected itself. We raised our volume so it was suddenly loud? Oh, I'm sorry. You get 1 point for each Heechee symbol. You're right, I do. What game are you asking about, Grey Attack? Are you asking about the one from Big? Or something in here? Exact replica of a Heechee escape ship. Take ship. The game the boy is playing, the child. Okay, with the stick? The thing with the stick? Well, they can't talk, so I don't know. They like communicate with projecting images. I don't know. I'm not sure how I could ask it. What is this? Workplace. This is a small cleared niche of the ice garden. Oddly shaped blocks of ice sit and await transformation into art. A cord sits here in front of a large, unformed block, chipping away at it with a wicked-looking cutting tool. The creature appears to be the artist who created the ice masterpieces to the north. The cord notices the carving of the rough gem in your possession. The artist seems disturbed and draws as far away from the gem as it can. Oh, it doesn't want... It doesn't... Take cutter. Crystal cutting tool is firmly attached to the artist. Trying to take it by force would probably leave you with sliced fingers and no tool. The artist takes a piece off the top of the block. The piece falls to the ground and shatters. Hit ice block with fork. No. Greetings, Lord Elagos of the 88th lineage. So what if I go north, drop gem, go back south, talk to Cord. Cord tilts its head quizzically. It doesn't seem to understand you. Alright. The artist sidles back and stares at its work. If the sculpture is supposed to be an ice block with a big chunk missing, then it's a masterpiece. Artist carves a curved line along the side. Cut some V-shaped lines into the top, giving it an inverted mohawk. Chips at a jagged edge to smooth it out. Tilts its head to look at the block upside down. You do the same, but still can't figure out what it is. Hacks the back half of the block away. Digs a small hole in the front. Pokes a hole in the other side of the block. You have no idea what this could possibly be. The artist takes a nick from the side and then pulls back in horror. Obviously this was an error. He immediately slices and hacks at the block until nothing is left of it but shavings. Then he replaces it with another block and starts all over. Okay. Hey, Ghost Milk! What's up? How you doing? Good to see you. What have you been up to today? Nice keyboard sounds, thanks. Yeah, there's my keyboard down here. If you wanna see it, look, it's one of those weird ones with like the 8 directions. Beautiful. Okay, so I'm not sure I need anything here. Let's go north. Take gem. Northwest. Seems epic. It's pretty cool. Can be a little awkward if you're used to the old 4 key arrow key layout instead of the 8. But it's neat. Some games it like screws with them a bit. Some games will use it just fine. What was the last thing I was doing? I think it might have been Monkey Island that actually utilized the full 8. All good, just woke up, starting the workday. Well, hope it's a good day for you. Talk to child. Tilts its head quizzically. It tenses and produces a quiet buzzing sound. You guess that's as close to language as it's going to get. Show cutter to child. No. No, that's not doing anything. Let's go east. Here's the fissure. The Accords have taken advantage of the natural fissure to create a meeting place. Many of the creatures are clustered around a pit, inside of which you see some white, grainy dust. The ramp leading out of the crevasse to the west is the only exit. This looks like 1 part Shadowgate and 2 parts mud. Hey, Retro Perspective, how you doing? Yeah, it's let's see, what else do I compare this to? I kind of like The Hobbit on the Apple II. That's something I mentioned earlier. It's a text adventure game, just basically just like a fully text game. It just happens to have some pictures that go along with it. A text adventure picture book, you could say. Myst with more items? Well, Myst is just, point and click and fiddle with things with the cursor. This one doesn't really have any cursor action. You just type everything you want to do, like go west, go east, look into fissure, look at fissure. There you go. And yeah, it's kind of neat. It's a parser sort of thing. Kind of similar to, I guess, King's Quest in a way, but King's Quest has a little bit more of like cursor control with you walking around everywhere. Yeah, a little closer to King's Quest or Space Quest. Yeah, it uses one of the parser systems. It's pretty cool. I beat the first Gateway last year in December. And this is the sequel. This is the second one. Based on the Frederick Pohl Gateway sci-fi series of novels. The company that did this also has text adventures like this for... there was Eric the Unready, which I think is kind of a comedic fantasy one. There's another comedic one that's... what is it? Not sorcery. What the heck is it called? One second. I'll find it. Spellcasting 101, Sorcerers Get All the Girls, which was followed by Spellcasting 201. What's that one called? Called the Sorcerer's Appliance. And then there was also Spellcasting 301, Spring Break. And that uses the same text parser layout, system, engine, whatever. Pretty much exactly the same, just a different subject matter, I suppose. Got a couple of games like these off GOG. Too bad your reading vocal skills are horrid. It'd be fun to play, though. That was the mud influence I was guessing at? Yeah, absolutely. Like, if you play, like, Gemstone 4, which is still active, that's an ongoing mud that some people play. I played it a little bit. But it works the same way, where you type in... Or Zork, Zork, the old Zork games. I guess type north. Can't go that way. Look at button. Red button protrudes from the middle of one side of the spotless magnetic clamp. Yeah. It's pretty fun. I'm alright, reading my history textbook and hating it. Oh no. What are you hating about your history textbook? What is causing you distress about it? Type better than I talk. Fair enough. Too many chapters for one unit of the course. 8 is absurd. That is a lot for one unit. Yeah. Look at ramp. The ramp slopes up the wall of the fissure, making it easy to get in and out of the crevasse. Enter crevasse. I'm already in the fissure. Oh. Okay. Talk to villagers. One of the cords tilts its head quizzically. It doesn't seem to understand your language or possibly any language at all. Sorry. Press button. Give clamp to villagers. No? Hit tuning fork! They don't like it. They don't like the tuning fork. Show gem to villagers. You pick a cord out of the crowd and hold the gem carving up to it. It glances at it, but then resumes its previous activity. What's west? Oh, this is back to the ice plains. Don't want that. What's north? You wander towards the ice structures, but find them too small to accommodate you. There's the elder one. Hit elder with fork. Oh. Oh, it's ancient. Hit ancient with fork. No. The elder forks. Look at dwelling. Okay. What I should do here? What if I show ship to ancient? Ancient brightens and retells its story. Oh, okay, this is the story that we just watched, right? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, what if I show cutter to ancient? Show gem to ancient. The ancient's head mists over, then it begins to pick another tale. Two cords explore the wasteland and eventually enter a dark cave. However, only one of the cords exits the cave. This cord returns to the village and goes to the ice garden, where it immediately falls to work on a carving. When it's complete, you recognize it is the very carving of a gemstone that you now hold. The picture dissolves. Take child. I think the child's too big for me to take. Show worm to ancient. Gonna tell another story. Four cords sit around a shallow pit filled with white dust. Three of them insert their tails into the dust and absorb a small quantity. The fourth merely waits. When the three have finished, they all leave. The cords arrive at a spring inhabited by a huge crystalline monster. A sheer cliff rises beyond the spring, and a rock bridge connects the near shore with the top of the cliff wall. The cord that did not eat any of the white dust steps onto the bridge. Suddenly, a crystalline tentacle whips out of the spring, wraps around the cord, and draws it underneath the surface. A few moments of violent thrashing are followed by a sudden stillness. The creature settles down to eat its meal, and the remaining cords race up the rock path. The beast pays no attention to them as it feasts on the self-sacrificing cord. Whoa. The three cords enter a stone forest. Strange ice-covered rock formations poke out of the ground, and large worm-like creatures crawl aimlessly between them. The first cord produces a cutting tool. With it, he scrapes the ice from the face of one of the rocks. Instantly, one of the worm creatures attaches itself to the exposed stone surface and begins to chew its way into the rock. After a few moments, a thick white dust starts to flow out of the worm's hind section. Oh. A dark winged creature suddenly swoops down from the north. It dives toward the cords, talons outstretched. Immediately, the second cord produces a stick appendage, which it bangs against its crystal head. Something about this action causes the flying creature to veer off and fly away. The third cord manufactures a crystal bowl appendage. It scoops up as much of the white dust as it can. When the bowl is full, the party of cords leave. Interesting, okay. Show bowl to ancient. Interesting there. Okay, show lamprey to ancient. The ancient picks a scene. In it, you see a cord collecting a white greeny dust from the ground. One of the winged creatures suddenly swoops down out of the sky. Before the cord can react, the creature attaches itself to the cord's head appendage, and electricity immediately begins coursing up into the lamprey. The cord starts to thrash wildly, but after only a few horrible moments, it has been completely drained, and it falls to the ground lifeless. Okay, so let's go here. Let's head east. Put dust in bowl. You have to take dust. As you walk toward the pit, a cord moves to intercept you. It doesn't seem aggressive, but it does block your forward progress. Irritated, you glare at the cord. In response, it picks a story. Alright. 4 cords sit around a shallow pit filled with white dust. Oh, wait, this is the one we just watched. Yeah. The heck? Alright. We just watched that. Take dust. Okay, it won't let me take the dust. Press button. Look at pit. The shallow pit is about a meter across. Inside you see white greeny dust, which only just covers the bottom. Judging from the size of the pit, it was obviously intended to hold much more. Put clamp in pit. Can't get close enough to the pit to place the clamp inside. Crowd of cords keeps me back. Alright. Take child. You can't take the child. Eat child. Damn it. Put child in pit. The pit's on the other screen, though. Good choice. Okay. So, look at the ice plains. Let's go north. You stand in a stark, open, ice-covered plain. Around this area, a few projections of ice poke out of the ground, but generally the level scenery remains undisturbed. In the distance, you see ice mountains that catch the shimmering sunlight. Let's go north. Hey, I found a cave. I mostly remember the backyard, the playroom, treasure mountain, also number munchers, and one of the Facemaker games. Can't seem to find the exact version I played, but I got close, I think, on the Apple II. Okay. I know number munchers. I've seen that one before. I don't know the other ones, though. cliff wall stretches off to the east and west. It's riddled with caves, most of which are too small to enter. One cave pinched into a natural V of ice is large enough, however. It leads into darkness. Let's go in. The natural cavern winds its way into the mountain. Sheets of ice cling to the walls, and large patches of ice underfoot make your progress difficult. Although light from the outside spills in through the entrance, you can see the cavern becomes much darker further in. Go in. The natural cavern winds its way into the mountain. Sheets of ice cling to the walls, and large patches of ice underfoot make your progress difficult. As it gets further away, the light from the entrance becomes dimmer, making travel very dangerous. Your surroundings are now all but invisible. The little light trickling in from the entrance is almost completely gone. If you go any further, you may risk injury or worse. Cavern's completely dark. Any further travel would be foolhardy. You slip and smash your head open. Dang. Okay. Did not spend the last 25 minutes trying to find it. No way. Oh my gosh. You don't know how many hours I have spent trying to find like childhood PC games. There was one that took me seriously over 20 years to discover what it was. The Third Dimension for Windows 95. That game, I loved it as a kid. I would play it like all the time after school. Like come home, turn on the computer, put in the Third Dimension, play it. But I lost the disc, and for the last like 24 years or so, I've been trying to think, what the hell is that game called? Because I forgot the name, I didn't have the disc, and it's like, what the hell is it? And I didn't know how to describe it, really, other than there was like a dolphin, and there's like a screen that you like put pictures on, sort of like a picture, not quite like kid pics, but it was, I'll describe it almost like an interactive like sticker book game or something. Anyway, I gave a very, very vague detail of what I could remember to the Reddit tip of my joystick, where people post like vague memories of games to try to find out what they were. And someone knew what it was! I was so freaking amazed. The guy knew what I was talking about from the super vague, like, 25-year-old memory I had of it. And it was exactly it. And I'm so glad that I finally found it. Because I thought I was going to go the rest of my life searching for that thing. Without remembering what it was. Alright. Where can I get a light? I need some sort of light. I don't know. Look at block. Large chunk of unformed unformed ice. The artist occasionally slices away pieces of it with a cutting tool. The process is very slow, and visible changes seem slow in coming. Cut ice with cutter. You work at the block of ice with the cutter carving, but don't make much of a dent. There's a few movies I saw parts of back in the 90s I'll probably never find again on TV. Yeah, there's a lot of things like that. That just little bits and pieces, fragments of memories locked away in the back of your head. Forever wonder what the heck that was. Hell, I mean, like, I don't even know all the things that I may have forgotten. I mean, just for example, say the TV show on Nickelodeon, Cousin Skeeter. Some of the episodes are lost media now. They never released any of that on home video. And the only way to watch any of it is to find like VHS rips or recordings, I guess, that people have digitized and uploaded to various places. And if there's an episode that someone didn't save to VHS, then that episode is just gone until someone finds a VHS with it on. Or possibly, maybe Nickelodeon has the original stuff, like, in a vault somewhere. I don't know. Maybe they threw it all away. I don't know. But as far as we're concerned, some of it just does not exist now. And that's like a TV show that was on air and played like fairly popular. Like there's I'm sure there's all kinds of things that are just, I don't know, that were just played briefly on TV or existed somewhere that just don't exist anymore. I don't know. It's weird stuff to think about. I don't know. As someone who's like obsessed with preserving old media, it really bothers me. Put clamp on block. It's not a suitable place for it. Okay. Alright, I have no idea what I'm doing here. We were making really good progress, then all of a sudden it just like hit a bit of a block here. Show gem to artist. You hold the carving of rough crystal up for the artist's inspection. It stops its work and seems to ponder for a few moments. Oh, then it starts to depict another story. Okay. Okay, we get to see another story here. Two chords are exploring a cliff face. Oh, that's where I went in and died. Okay. That is riddled with caves. They peer into many of the darkened caves and eventually enter one that is half hidden by great spikes of ice. They slide through a long cavern. The light from the outside becomes dimmer as they progress. Just as it seems they're going to turn back because of the darkness, they spot a red glimmer coming from the innermost depths of the cave. They press on and come upon a lit area. The glow in the room comes from multiple veins of red crystal lining the walls. The crystal is studded with tiny gem-like projections. One of the explorers approaches the crystal, grows an appendage, and touches it. Instantly, the crystal attaches itself to the appendage. The cord struggles, but cannot free itself. Oh. The crystal seems to come alive. The throbbing red glow becomes brighter, then the color begins to flow like blood into the cord. After a while, the cord stops struggling. It is now an extension of the red crystal life form that lines the walls. A few moments pass, and then the lone cord turns and leaves the cave. Oh god. Well, that's awful. I see. Hey, my score went up by 10. Okay, we were supposed to do that. Cool. Can I show cutter to artist? The artist stares at the carving of the cutting tool. A bud begins to form on its body. Immediately under the cutter he's already wields. As the bud grows, the cutter starts to come loose, then it falls to the ground. You bend over to pick it up, and as you do so, the ice carving slips from your hand and shatters on the ground. Cool. Cool, now I have a real cutter. Nice. Let's see. Cut block with cutter. You hack away at the ice block with the crystal cutter. After a few moments, you step back to survey the results and quickly decide to keep your day job. The artist sidles back and stares at its work. Okay, yeah. Alright, so that's a little bit of progress. Sweet. Sweet, alright. Let's save here. Let me open my window real quick. It's getting hot in here. Alright, maybe we'll cool things off in here. Think you remember a glimpse of that show, Cousin Skeeter? I loved that show as a kid. wish I could watch like the whole thing. I've got some of the episodes downloaded, but all that, all that also has never been like released on video, which is bizarre to me. Like that's why do they not have like a DVD set of all that? So like all of the episodes of that we have are just rips from TV or recordings, like home VHS recordings that people have uploaded. I think some of the episodes are currently, listed as lost media because nobody has found any yet, which is obnoxious. Absolutely obnoxious. Alright, so I'm not sure what I want to do here, but let's go back into the cave. No, that doesn't work. I think I need some light. I'm not sure. Okay, so we have a little bit of progress here. Do I need the stick? Stick made out of crystal. Take stick. No. Give ship to child. No, doesn't do anything. Okay. Let's see. What if I go north, east, north? Oh, maybe there's different entrances to the caves. That could be. Looks like there's different entrances. Yeah, entrances. Oh, right. It showed me the picture of which one it was. Ah, okay. I think I know where to go. I have to... Right, okay. So if I take the dust, then they show me which one it is. It's... Okay. Wait, no, not there. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. No, it's the wrong one. I need to talk to the artist. Okay, southeast, south, show gem to artist. There we go, let's see which one it is. Okay, so ice crystals jutting out. Okay. That's one with the ice crystals and the... kind of on the right side middle. Okay. Let's see here. So, this one, I think it's this one. Looks right. There we go, yeah. The natural cavern winds its way into the mountains. Sheets of ice cling to the walls and large patches of ice underfoot make your progress difficult. You see a faint red glow from the north, lighting the cavern just enough to travel safely. The natural cavern winds its way into the mountains. Sheets of ice cling to the walls and large patches of ice underfoot make your progress difficult. The glow is getting steadily brighter as you travel deeper into the cavern. It is almost as bright as day here. You can tell that the red glow originates from the chamber to the north. There it is. The cavern ends in a small chamber, lined with veins of red glowing crystal. Thin tendrils of the material reach out from the walls. A cord-shaped outcropping hangs from a clump of crystal on the north wall. Found it. Alright, there's some progress. We want to look at vein. Tendrils of blood-red crystal crawl along the walls of the cavern. The glow from the vein is as bright as daylight, but much more sinister. An outcropping protrudes into the room. Its shape is that of a cord. Despite the red glow, the surface feels smooth and cool and smooth. It pulses under your hand like a living thing. Let's see. Cut vein with cutter. After only a few swipes of the cutting tool, the outcropping breaks off and falls to the ground. It continues to pulse and glow as if it still lived, however. Aha! Take outcropping. You take the dead cord. Oh, okay. Alright. Have a dead cord. Nice. Hit vein with fork. You see slight cracks appear in the crystal veins. Hit vein with fork. Put clamp on vein? No. Okay. Press button. I don't think so. Okay, well, I got the dead cord. Hit cord with fork. Hit vein. No. Alright. I think that's all I needed out of here, probably. Show dead cord to ancient. You thrust the crystal toward the cord. It shrinks back, getting as far away from the red glow as possible. Okay. Show dead cord to artist. Just go in the cave, find their dead family member, I guess. Just bring it back and just start, like, showing it to everyone. Show dead cord to child. The villagers keep their distance from you and the crystal cord corpse that you carry. The cords cluster around the pit and stare at you and the cord corpse in your possession. You get the distinct feeling you are not welcome here with it. Can I take the dust now? Oh, no. No, they're still blocking me. What the heck do I do with the dead cord? Cut dead cord with cutter. You chip at the outcropping, but only manage to gouge out a few slivers. What the heck do I do with this thing? Drop dead cord. Wait. Take dead cord. Okay, There's my ship. Look at keypad. Hatch is unlocked. Look at hatch. I think I have to find the other ship. Yeah, I think so. But where is that? You stand... Oh, here it is. You stand inside a shattered glacier. Cracks in the walls form a maze of passages, intertwining spires of ice thrust into the air. Blinding shafts of sunlight break through the open ceiling and sparkle off a million facets. The intricate web of light and ice is breathtakingly beautiful but confusing. Your inner ear tells you that the rough floor has a slight tilt, but it's impossible to determine the direction of the tilt with the naked eye. You theorize that the slant leads toward the center of the crater made by the impact of the ancient ship. Cracks in the glacier lead north, east, south, southwest, and northwest. Which way did I come from? So I need some sort of a ball before I do that. But before I do that, I need to find where the big worm is. Oh, the dead cord! I can offer the dead cord to the big worm. That's right. And then I can get past it. And then we can get the dust from the little worm. And maybe use the dust as a ball? I don't know, something like that. Okay, I think I have an idea what we're doing then. Okay, I'm going to drop dead cord here real quick. East. If I try to take the dust, let's see where this is, if they say anything. So, they're sitting around the pit. Cool. They all leave. They arrive at a spring inhabited by a huge crystalline monster. A sheer cliff rises beyond the spring, and a rock bridge connects the near shore with the top of the cliff wall. Okay, it doesn't really tell me where that is, though. So I guess I just have to wander until I find it? Not sure. Glacier entrance, ice plains, cave entrance. In. No. Okay, it might not be any of these. Oh, there it is! Found it! Okay. Cleft. The cliff curls around a hot spring here. A narrow path winds around onto a stone bridge that spans the spring and then rises to the top of the cliff wall. Under the surface of the water, you see a large white crystal creature that seems mostly to be a mass of segmented tentacles. The cliff sweeps off to the east and west, and the ice plains lie to the south. Drop cord. What do you mean I don't have the dead cord? Drop dead cord. You don't... It's right there. Okay, up. As you step onto the path, a tentacle snakes up out of the water toward me. You dive back out of harm's way. Put dead cord on bridge. There we go. Taking the dead cord first. You hurl the crystallized cord toward the springs. It lands up upon the path. The monster's tentacles twitch and move hesitantly towards the red crystal. A tentacle snakes out of the spring and grabs the red crystal cord. Monster drags the crystallized cord under the surface of the springs. You start to move toward the path, but the sight of the thrashing tentacles discourages you. The monster shoves the crystal formation deep into its waiting maw. The tentacles whip out and flail at the air. A high-pitched squeal echoes around the cliff walls. A blood-red color seeps through the body of the thrashing monster until the whole creature has been transformed. A few cords attracted by the monster's death throes wander up beside me. The monster's movements slow and then stop altogether. Its body sinks down into the spring and sits at the bottom. Cords erupt from everywhere. Many of them approach you and picked quickly, rosy images of thanks, and they stream over the bridge and disappear over the lip of the cliff. Soon you're left alone. Awesome, we figured it out. You edge your way up the narrow path. The climb is precarious, but you make it to the top successfully. Stone Forest. Twisted stone formations, some towering above you, thrust up from the uneven ground. Huge worm-like creatures crawl across this unusual terrain, apparently searching for something with not much success. A few dark-winged creatures glide in the sky overhead. You see a worm thing tunneling into one of the few patches of exposed rock. Its behavior makes you start calling these creatures Diggles. Guys, we found Diggles. Found Diggles. Hit Diggle with cutter. No cutter here? Oh, I don't have the cutter anymore. There's a particle gun? You take the gun, noting it remains secured to another piece of heavy equipment by a thick cable. The length of the cable limits your ability to move more than a few meters in any direction without dropping the gun. Cords and Diggles. Cool place. Shoot Diggle with gun. You pull the trigger, the gun powers up with a whine, and then a beam of bright white light flashes from the front of the gun and hits one of the walls. The metal under the beam bubbles, smokes, and begins running in rivulets. After satisfying yourself that the gun works, you release the trigger. Okay, look at hole. Slimy slug hole. Go in hole. Look at Diggle. Diggles look like giant worms. Their mouths, about 1 meter in diameter, are ringed with sharp metallic teeth. Their bodies are segmented and they taper toward their nether openings. They crawl along the ground slowly and aimlessly as if searching for something. Shoot lamprey with gun. You pull the trigger. Yeah, okay. Take power cell. You tug on the cable. Yeah, you tug on the cable, then try and break it. No luck. You try to move the power cell, but it's too heavy. Finally, you try to figure out a way of unplugging the gun. No joy. You can't unplug it. The only thing you can do is pick up the gun once the force field is disabled. You can't take it outside of the room. Okay, force field. Shoot stone formation with gun. Shoot me with gun. No? I can't do that? Okay. Shoot ice with gun. Alright, what's north? Stone formations are larger and more numerous here. There are also more of the winged creatures. They're bold enough to perch quite close to you. Do I not have the cutter anymore? Shoot lamprey with gun. Shoot Diggle with gun. Diggle? Shoot Diggle with gun. No. I think I need the stick. Where do I get the stick from? Like, how do I get the stick from the child? I think that's what I need. Take Diggle. You wrap your arms around one of the Diggles and manage to lift it a few centimeters into the air. The Diggle waits patiently for you to exhaust yourself, and after you drop him, it slowly crawls away as if it had never been interrupted. Hit Lamprey. Look at Lamprey. The stone formations are huge here, competing in size with the mountain itself. Ice sheets coat the cliff walls, and although they cover rough natural rock on each side, the stone under the ice immediately before you appears to be unnaturally smooth. Peering through the ice, you can just make out some blurred and indistinct Heechee symbols that have been carved into the flat wall. Flying lampreys and worm creatures crowd this region. Hit wall with fork. Wait, where's my fork? What happened to my fork? Where'd all my stuff go? I don't have my compass either. Shoot wall with gun. No? The carved markings look very old. The Heechee symbols on the stone wall are blurry and indistinct under the ice. But even if you could see them clearly, you would be no closer to reading them. They appear to be much different than the simple Heechee numerals you recognize. As to their meaning, you haven't a clue. Ugh. Where'd all my stuff go? Seriously, where did my stuff go? Let's see. If I reload the cleft, have my tuning fork still. Okay, so throw cord on bridge. The heck? So when I throw the cord, all my stuff goes away. That's weird. Is that a bug, or is that supposed to happen? Drop fork. You don't have the tuning fork? What do you mean I don't have the tuning fork? Drop fork. You don't have the tuning fork. Drop clamp. You don't have the clamp. Press button. Drop clamp. You don't have the clamp. You hear a light hum coming from the clamp. Pick up clamp. You take the clamp. The fuck? I think the game just froze. I think the game like bugged out and now it broke. Yep, game crashed or froze up. What the hell? Ring ring, someone's at the door. Alright, let's try this. What the hell? I did some sort of thing that it did not like. Okay. Okay, well. Try it again. Try it again. God damn. What the heck? That sucks. Okay. It's it's outputting it's outputting audio to the MIDI module. Even though I restarted the computer. What the heck is going on here? Let's see if Doom resets it. Wow, almost died there. MIDI module has a never give up attitude. Alright, I think that reset the MIDI, so that's cool. Alright, seems good. Yes. Okay, let's reload Red Glow. Cut dead cord with cutter. Cool. There we go. Throw dead cord on bridge. Oh, I didn't take it, damn it. Try that again. Take dead cord. Put dead cord on bridge. Up. Okay, up. Wait. Wait. Up. There we go. Okay, now I have the tuning fork. Oh my god. Alright, yeah, I don't know. It was bugging out. I don't know why. Weird. So freaking weird. Hit wall with fork. No? Alright, now I have the cutter. Hit Diggle with cutter. Seems impervious to my attacks. Okay, so hit Diggle with fork. Oh, what the heck? Okay, yeah, so there was, I thought it was weird that it was, it had the particle gun there with the power pack, and I'm just like, why is there a particle gun here? That's so odd. That seems so out of place. And it gave me a message that talked about the force field, and it was like the same message that played when I picked up the gun on the ship. So it was like, it thought I was on the ship, and it removed a whole bunch of my, my items from my inventory. And it was like showing items on the ground that weren't actually there. Yeah, it got real confused. I don't know how that happened. That is so weird. Yeah, and then I was like it showed the clamp there, and I tried to pick up the clamp or drop the clamp, and it's like, you don't have the clamp, there is no clamp. But then I look at clamp, and it's like, oh, the clamp has a red button on it. And I press red button, and it's like, okay, the clamp is glowing. But there's no clamp. Pick up the clamp, drop the clamp, and then the game froze. Diggle gremlins. Look at carving. Which carving do you mean? The gem carving? Oh. Put Diggle carving on ground. Take Diggle carving. I don't know. Put clamp on wall. Push button. Put clamp on wall. So what the heck am I supposed to do here? Take dust. No, he's still angry at me. Won't let me get the dust. So this one, let's see what they do here. Three chords enter a stone forest. Strange ice-covered rock formations poke out of the ground, and large worm-like creatures crawl aimlessly between them. The first chord produces a cutting tool. With it, he scrapes the ice from the face of one of the rocks. Okay, so I need to scrape the ice with the cutter. I'm just gonna write that down. Scrape ice with cutter. Okay, instantly one of the worm creatures attaches itself to the exposed stone surface and begins to chew. Cool. After a few moments, a thick white dust starts to flow from the worm's hind section. Ah, that's how you get it. A dark-winged creature suddenly swoops down from the north. It dives toward the chords, talons outstretched. Immediately, the second chord produces a stick appendage, which it bangs against its crystal head. Something about this action causes the flying creature to veer off and fly away. So I need the stick. The third chord manufactures a crystal bowl appendage. It swoops up as much of the white dust as it can. Alright. Show bowl to chord. Ah! You select a chord at random and hold the bowl carving out to it. The chord looks at it and then retreats a couple of meters. Suddenly, a bud erupts from its body. It grows and curves into an exact copy of the carving. You drop the ice bowl, which shatters on the ground, and grab the bowl that the chord offers. Okay, so I got a better bowl, I guess. Nice. Show lamprey to chord. You hold up the carving of the lamprey, and the villagers recoil in shock. Then slowly, one of them approaches you and begins to pick. In the scene, you see a cord collecting a white grainy dust from the ground. One of the winged creatures suddenly swoops down out of the sky. Before the cord can react, the creature attaches itself to the cord's head appendage, and electricity immediately begins coursing into the lamprey. The cord starts to thrash wildly, but after... Oh, okay, yeah. GG Bowl! Yeah, thank you. GG Bowl. Show Diggle to chord. One of the chords notices the Diggle carving and begins to pick a story. Is it the same one? Yes. It is. So I need to find a way to get a stick, I think. So far, I have found no use for this tuning fork. It's the first item I picked up in the entire game, pretty much. I still have it. I don't know what it does. Sure, it'll come in handy at some point. Oh. Okay. I need the stick. How do I get the stick? Take stick. I want the dang stick. I gotta give something to the child. Use tuning fork and pit. They won't let me near the pit. They block me every time I go near it. And the pit is full of that, like, white dust. Which I can collect, but I need the stick to collect it. Let's see, look at child. The young chord's crystal body is tinged with light blue arcs of electricity. It is about half the size of the full-grown chords, which all seem to come to about your waist. Okay, they're not that big, I guess. It has two small pincers with which it holds a white stick. It bangs the stick everywhere, but seems especially fond of rubbing it against its head, which makes the stick produce an annoyingly high-pitched whine. Well, I need the bowl to collect the dust. Let's see, show bowl to child. Oh. Point at stick. Give kid tuning fork. Give fork to child. No. Show. Fork to child. No. Show clamp to child. Press button. Put clamp on child. Okay. Cut child with cutter. You lash out at the child. It seems to think you're playing a game, so it belts you in the head with the crystal stick it holds. You stop playing. To villager. Show ship to child. Show lamprey to child. Show lamprey to villager. Okay, I'm not sure how to get the stick from the child. Play with child. Give gem to child. No? Oh. Show stick to villager. No? cut stick from ice. Cut ice into stick. Cut ice. Oh? Well, maybe the tuning fork will work here. I don't know. I don't know. Let's give it a try. Scratch ice with cutter. Cut ice. You start scraping away the ice. Before too long, you get down to bare stone. Suddenly, a Diggle nudges you out of the way and gloms onto the bare patch. He tunnels into the stone and sprays dust out around your feet. A cord immediately slithers up and gathers it in a bowl appendage. After it has all the white dust, both the cord and Diggle disappear. Hit fork. Cut ice. Okay, collect dust. Take dust. Okay. Cut ice. Oh, here we go. That's something. The ice peels off in strips as you drag the crystal cutter over the stone wall. Soon you have cleared the ice from much of the surface area. Look at wall. A thick blanket of ice covers a smooth stone wall. Symbols carved into the stone beneath the ice are blurry but definitely of He-Chi origin. Part of the ice has been scraped off. Diggle crawls by, drawn to the cleared rock. Cut ice. Okay. The Diggle makes its up to the wall and attaches itself to the cleared rock. Its body begins to rotate and sink into the stone. Diggle, attached to the cleared stone rock wall, continues to gyrate and eat into the rock. You see the stone breaking down inside the Diggle's body. A brave cord comes up behind you and gathers the dust in a crystal bowl, dodging the diving lampreys. He quickly skittles away. Okay, well that opened a you to face Cord Rushmore. Alright, that didn't go exactly as I intended, but we have a new path to follow, so... The only light here is the faint glow from the Diggle hole to the south. The rest of the tunnel becomes progressively darker as it recedes to the north. The walls of the tunnel are corrugated but carved. Undoubtedly, this cavern was excavated by the He-Chi. Alright. You stand in a hollow inside the mountain. The cavern is open to the sky, and the sun sends shaft of light down upon a sprawling dome. The dome's black face is featureless, with the exception of a small triangle-shaped impression about 1.5 meters above ground level. Lampreys perch all along the top of the mountain walls. They swarm around a set of solar reflectors there, and many have attached themselves onto the plates and the leading cables. The only exit is the tunnel to the south. Okay, interesting. The arrow on the compass blinks rapidly. It's obvious that the compass has led you to the dome. You reason that it must be a He-Chi outpost. Instead of landing on a random planet, the ship's escape ship's beacon must have homed in on the nearest rescue station, and this is it. Ooh. Cool. Look at triangle. Shadows frame a triangle cut in the dome's face. The cut indents the surface in the shape of a pyramid. Touch triangle. Yeah. Look at reflector. Huge solar reflectors are set on the lip of the hollow. Power lines lead from these reflectors to the black dome underneath. Winged lampreys perch on the silver leaves and swarm around them like flies on a carcass. Look at impression. Oh, okay. Press button. Put clamp on wall. Put clamp on... What the hell do I call this thing? Dome. No? Okay. Look at hollow. Okay. No way to enter the dome? Put clamp on triangle. Hit triangle with fork. Hit dome with fork. I think I need a key. Alright. So that's not quite it. Look at pit. Inside, you see some white grainy dust in a big pile. It seems that since you killed the monster in the springs, the Cords have had no problems obtaining their food from the stone forest. Can I take dust now? As you walk toward the pit, he moves to intercept me. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, they have food now, but they still won't give me any of it. What do I do with the frickin' bowl? Show bowl to villager. Okay, and here is the glacier. Show ship to Cord. Let's see what it says about it. Each escape ship crashed. And then the glacier covers it. And then the glacier cracks. Every intersection, one of them drops a ball and they watch to see which exit it rolls each time they follow the path. Where do I get a ball? Put ice in bowl. Put snow in bowl. There's no snow, is there? Make a ball. You have to be more specific. How you want to make a red sphere? Wait, what? Red sphere? Put bowl on ground. You drop the crystal bowl, it wobbles a bit, but the rough bumps stop it before you can identify the direction of the floor's slant. Rough bumps. Smooth bowl. Cut bowl with cutter. The heck? Drop ship. Take ship. Drop clamp. Press button. Take clamp. Press button. Drop clamp. Okay, I don't understand. See, drop gem. Take gem. Cut ice into ball. Cut ball with cutter. Where the heck do I get the ball? Do I need the stick? I don't even know. I could just wander through this thing. See if it'll get me anywhere. Like, I don't know if this is necessary. Like, if I could find my way through here without the ball. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I need the ball. Not sure what to do. Okay. Huge solar reflectors are set on the lip of the hollow. Power lines lead from these reflectors to the black dome beneath. Winged lampreys perch on the silver leaves. Swarm around them like flies on a carcass. Oh, okay. Look at cables. I love that you're doing December on an actual DOS PC. Thanks, Cube, dude. How you doing, Cube? What are you up to today? It's good to see you. How's your day going? I'm trying to figure out my way around this weird ice planet. Good, 8 teriyaki. Gonna work out? Sweet. Good old teriyaki. Sounds good. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. I have no idea what I'm doing. This is like the first point of the game that I've actually gotten kind of stuck on. I've gotten through most of it. What's my score so far here? 785 out of 1600, so we're about halfway through the scores. Is there a noise gate on the game audio? Not on the game audio. Is it not picking up the game audio? What the hell's going on here? Alright. Having more problems? There you go. That should fix it. Been having some really weird audio issues today. Oh my gosh. Sorry. My microphone keeps disconnecting, and then the game audio is like cutting out randomly. I don't know. This is on the MT32 sound module. Yeah, it's been annoying, but it's better than the desync issues I was having last stream. Hopefully that hasn't been happening today. But like last stream, it kept desyncing where like the audio on the stream would happen 30 seconds after the video. So it would show me talking, like, and people thought I was muted, but the audio would play like 30 seconds later. It was just horrible mess. I don't know why. Can't wait till you give Nox Arceus a shot. Did you ever get a copy? So I asked my mom to get me the Nox Arceus box thing for Christmas, so she did get that. So I'll get that thing for Christmas, I guess. But I have to actually take the file and get it onto an Apple II disc, which I have the ADT Pro on the computer, and like the serial to USB cable, so the Apple II is connected to my main PC. It's all ready to go. I should be able to like make the Apple II discs. I just haven't actually gone through the process of actually making it yet. So I'll look into that soon, and then I can make the discs and get that going. That's amazing. The dude made the whole game on an Apple II. Yeah, it sounds really, really cool. It looks cool. It's like very Ultima inspired. Which I really want to play the Ultima games. God, those things are like inaccessible. At least to get like, you know, in the box and manual or anything like that. Nuts. Okay, the mic audio is perfectly in sync. That's good. Thank you. I'm glad. Whew. Do any of you guys have any ideas on what I should be doing here? I feel like I think I need a ball. I need a ball. I don't know if I need the stick, but I'm pretty sure I need a ball. Take water? The water runs through your fingers. Which is not an altogether pleasurable experience considering the wall is scalding hot. Can I put water in bowl? You fill the bowl with steaming water. Okay, that's an interesting idea. So, we've got hot, boiling, not boiling, but steaming water. And then if I go out into the ice plains, put bowl on ground, look in bowl, you can see some water. Ah, I think I discovered something maybe. Sounds great. Pick up bowl. Okay. Show bowl to child. No. Show bowl to villager. Look at bowl. It's full of water. Okay. I would think that the water would freeze out here. I don't know. But I have water. So that's cool. I figure I need that for something. Show water to villager. Show water to child. Show water to cord. Show water to artist. No? Pour water in pit. Show... no. Pour water on ground. You pour a bit of the water on the ice. A little bit of the ice melts. It is permafrost, and no bowl of water is going to do much damage to it. So does the water stay hot? That's interesting. What the heck can I use that for? I'm sure I can use it for something. Wait, I have an idea. Pour water on ground. Aha! There it is! Alright, I don't need a ball. The water works just as well. You pour a bit of the water on the ice. It forms a small rivulet that flows toward the northwest. Sweet. Pour water. Flows toward the south. South. Aha! We have a breakthrough. Pour water. Southeast. Pour water. North. Water and bowl, baby! Water and bowl to the rescue. This is the center of the large crater. You are perched over a pit. A ladder carved from the surrounding ice hangs over the side. Every day becomes more and more feasible that Elvis is still alive. Oh man. Alright, let's go in. You begin to climb down the ladder, but by the third step, the ice groans under your weight. The next step shatters the ladder, and you tumble the rest of the way to the floor of the pit. The remnants of the ladder fall around your sprawled body. Your score has gone up by 5. Sheer walls surround you. They lack the rough edges of natural ice and look instead as if they were carved by hand. The remains of the ice ladder hang from the lip of the pit, just out of reach. In front of you, a Heechee escape ship lies in the wall of ice. Most of the surface has been encased, but the hatch access panel remain exposed. Open panel? Creaking in protest, the panel slides back to reveal the drive mechanism. Look at mechanism. You peer inside the access panel at the drive mechanism. Generally, Heechee machinery is beyond you. This is no exception. Doesn't seem to have any moving parts. However, a corroded magnetic clamp looks as if it could be removed from its socket. Oh. Remove clamp. Remove corroded clamp. Press clamp. Wait. Press corroded clamp button. Press clamp button. The blue button or the red button? Press the blue button. Take corroded clamp. Insert clean clamp. Insert clean clamp to mechanism. Put clean clamp in the mechanism. Press red button. You hear a light hum coming from the clamp. It fastens itself. Look at close panel. Oh, yeah? It refuses? Look at hatch code. The Heechee hatch lock code, normally located toward the bottom of the ship, is obscured by sheets of ice. You can't make it out. Okay, look at keypad. Alright, so here we go. We need to do 5, 3, 2, 1, 4. The hatch clicks. Your score has gone up by 10. Open hatch. You pull on the edge and the hatch swings open. Behind it, you discover a cramped cockpit with a decomposed corpse and glowing pod inside. Guys, we found a Heechee. We found one of the Heechee. This is what they look like. The body inside the cockpit is an actual, if dead, Heechee. It has 2 arms and legs, but decomposition has obscured further details. Take corpse. You reach in to grab the corpse, but when it starts coming apart in your hands, you decide to let the dead lie. So what did it have? Look at pod. This is a tan, 4-sided pod that is shaped like a pyramid. There's our key. The base swivels open to reveal the interior as hollow. You guess that it was something fairly personal to the Heechee, as it was the only object found with his corpse. Perhaps it was something used to identify him. Although the original owner obviously carried the pod suspended from his pelvis, the harness allows you to wear it on your back. Take pod. You untangle the pod's harness from the Heechee corpse and remove it from the cockpit. Okay. We got the pod. Nice. Climb inside. Hug corpse. You run your fingers over the Heechee corpse and feel nothing usual. Kiss Heechee. Kissing a Heechee corpse, while it might satisfy some bizarre sexual urge, won't get you anywhere in this game. Okay. Remove Heechee head. Cut off corpse's head. Bizarre sexual urge, you say? Kiss away. Oh, man. Lick corpse. You sink your teeth into the Heechee corpse. You find out that a 500,000-year-old Heechee isn't particularly good eating. In fact, it's more or less lethal. Oh, I died! Oh my god, I died! What? I took a bite out of the corpse and I died. Okay, guys, don't go around licking corpses. You might die. Shocked and surprised the game didn't recommend I play Leisure Suit Larry instead. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Look at keypad. What is it? 53214. 53214. Open hatch. Take pod. Look at corpse. The old McGruff phrase was take a bite out of crime, not take a bite out of a corpse. Press blue button, remove corroded clamp. Insert clean clamp. Put clean clamp in mechanism. Press red button. Okay, I don't really know what that does exactly. Loot corpse. Touch corpse. Look in pod. Open pod. Look in pod. The pod is empty. Oh. Okay. See the ship's drive mechanism. The escape ship looks like a twin of the ship that brought you to this planet. Much of it's covered with the slowly creeping ice of the glacier. However, the hatch and access panel remain accessible. The hatch is wide open, as is the panel. The ship looks as it's been here forever, at least for hundreds of thousands of years. Underneath the ice, you can just make out the blurred outline of the hatch code. Hit ice with fork? No? Look at harness. Straps are firmly attached to the pod. They remind you of the straps on a backpack. Look at ladder. Only half of the ladder remains, and that hangs over the pit's edge, just out of reach. Okay. Close mechanism panel. Close panel. Okay. The heck do I do here? Is the rolling cutting out? It looks like it's fine on my screen. It might have been that the song ended. Sounds like it's starting over again. Oh, you hear it through the mic? Oh, sorry. Maybe I should turn my noise gate up on the mic. Is that a little better, maybe? Do you still hear the Roland? It looks like it's capturing it. The little dial's moving. Pretty sure we're hearing through mic? Shouldn't be. No, it's fine. I want it to work. Here, I'll mute the microphone here, and just tell me if you still hear the music. Okay, yeah, that's the capture then. And so it just stopped. That should be the end of the song. Now the song is starting over. That's fine. That's fine. I appreciate you looking out for it, because I often do have a lot of technical issues. It happens a lot when I'm using all this makeshift crap. Like, I've got a computer that I got from a thrift store running OBS, and then I've got like a jungle of cables going to connect stuff. We've got how is this even working? I got the 3 Roland devices connected to an RCA switch box, which is connected to the IPCT interface card in the computer, which is outputting also to a the line in port on the sound card. And I think it's also further split to go into the OSSC. So I've got it like split twice, I think. And with the video, we have the VGA going into a VGA splitter. One of them goes to the monitor, the other one goes into the OSSC. And the OSSC outputs the audio all in HDMI to an HDMI capture into the USB on the computer I got from the thrift store. It's a whole confusing thing. I don't even know how I set this thing up. Oh man. Anyway, yeah. I need to get a new RCA switch box though, because this one is kind of crappy. But that's another thing entirely. I'm not sure what to do here. Climb in ship. You can't get a grip on the ice-covered escape ship. Pull corpse out. Move corpse. Climb wall. You attempt to scramble up the sheer walls and find out what the word sheer really means. Reach for ladder. Let's see. Climb ladder. Only you could reach it. Let's see. Throw harness on ladder. Okay. Pour water on Peachy. You dribble a bit of water on the Heechee corpse. Beyond making it a little wet, it didn't accomplish much. Water and bowl! Let's see. Throw water on wall. You dribble a bit of water on the wall. Beyond making it a little wet, it didn't accomplish much. The heck am I supposed to do? Corroded, look at corroded clamp. Pour water on corroded clamp. Tie Heechee corpse to ladder. You aren't holding the Heechee corpse. Take corpse. No? Look at ship. Look in panel. Okay. Press blue button. Press blue button. Press red button. Climb ship. How the hell do I get out of here? Press red button. Take clean clamp. Press red button. Press blue button. Put clean clamp on corroded clamp. Drop clamp. Drop clean clamp. Press blue button. Pick up clean clamp. Drop clean clamp. Put corroded clamp on clean clamp. Press blue button. You press the blue button and the corroded magnetic clamp flies up into the air. Obviously, the magnetic fields are the same polarity and therefore repel each other. The clamp lands button side down on the ground nearby, deactivating it. I think I know what to do. I think I know what to do. Take clean clamp, take corroded clamp, let's see, drop corroded clamp, press red button, press red button, step on corroded clamp. Put clean clamp on corroded clamp. Oh wait. Push red button. Put clean clamp on corroded clamp. Get off corroded clamp. Put clean clamp on corroded clamp. Step on clean clamp. Push red button. Haha! There you go. You reach down and press the red button between your feet. The clamp's magnetic field engages and immediately pushes off against the field of similar polarity below. The clamp flies into the air, carrying you with it. It throws you just high enough to grab the ladder. From there, you're able to drag yourself up to the edge of the pit. The clamp falls back into the pit. GG, how the heck they coded this is beyond me. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. That's wild. So do I have the, look at harness. Look at pod. Is that the triangular? Shaped like a pyramid, yeah. Okay. Northwest. Okay, so I leave. Cool. Put pod in triangle. You insert the pod into the impression. Suddenly an oval of radiance appears as a portal. Ah, Jaga. A little stuck there. Okay. Suddenly an oval of radiance appears as a portal opens up. A cloud of lampreys rise into the air and start flying towards you, so you grab the pod and dive into the portal, which immediately closes behind you. Sweet. Map room. Tunnels of Heechee blue metal lead west, north, and east from this chamber. The southern wall shows no sign of a door, even though that's where you came in from the outside. Green glowing lines are etched into the north wall above the tunnel. They appear to be a map. The blinking arrow and the compass goes dark. Look at map. A map of the installation is etched into the wall. Symbols surround the map, but you can't make head nor tails of them. One symbol stands out from the rest, and a line leads from it to a junction of narrow tunnels at the northernmost section of the wall. Map of the installation's etched in the wall. Symbols surround the map. Can't make heads or tails. Okay. One symbol stands out from the rest. A line leads it to a junction of narrow tunnels at the northernmost. Okay. Alright, well let's look around here a bit, I guess. So if I go west, you're in a bare corridor. It dead ends to the west, while eastern end leads back into the map room. Nothing in here? Look like it. East. A tunnel from the west opens up into a chamber. The walls are covered with machines and devices of every configuration, all of them quite beyond your understanding. All of the lights and machines are dark. Something that looks like a portable remote control lies on the ground, perhaps dropped when the Heechee left the installation. Take remote. You take the control module. My score went up by 5. Look at remote. Oh, hello. What the heck is this? Oh, that opened a thing. That opens a door. Okay, cool. What does this do? Oh, it's a little arm. Meep. Oh, I see. That's the bare room. Meep. 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 Aha. I don't know what this is, but... Meep. Can I... Yeah, does that do anything? That opens something, I think. That opens and closes. Okay. Meep. 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 The heck is this? Meep. Meep. I don't know what the heck that's for. Huh. Interesting. If I go east here, This room is bare, save for a huge device in the middle of the floor. The ceiling is at least 2 stories high, and the column-like device reaches up to it. Oh yeah, I didn't go in there, did I? Quest for tab? Meep. Meep. Okay. Let's see, look. You see a robot here. Oh, that's my robot. It's a small, sleek, black maintenance robot. Treads on the bottom are attached to a swiveled base. The lens is affixed to the front, just above a retracted metal arm. I haven't had tab in years. I think they discontinued it. They might have. I'm not sure. Look at lens. The red tinted lens is only vaguely round and not made from any glass you've ever seen. Okay. Oh, that's my little robot. Oh, so what is this? Look at device. Strange device looms above you. Its purpose is completely unknown, but its mere presence is chilling. Ribbed, insulated cables crawl like veins along its otherwise smooth surface. You notice a 4-fingered handprint cut into the surface of the device at chest level. Look at handprint. Print looks as if 4 long, bony fingers have been pressed into the metal surface of the device while it was molten, then removed after it had cooled. Touch handprint. You push your hand into the depression. Suddenly, hidden lights send beams of radiance up into the ceiling and beyond. The device crackles with power and electricity flares inside. The flare travels up the column, followed by another and another. When the device is completely bathed in a blaze of white, it suddenly all goes dark. Moments pass as if the device were waiting for something. Suddenly, it explodes again with the same blinding white light. The process reverses itself, and when the last loop of energy has disappeared, you feel the whole building hum with power. Ooh. From the machine room to the west, you hear a high, ringing tone, gradually getting louder and louder. Soon this is followed by a grinding noise and a high-pitched whine. Hell yeah. Okay. Can I leave? Go that way? Meep. Oh, it did a thing. You hear a great roar from the hangar area, followed by something that sounds like hundreds of flags whipping in a high wind. The noise fades and the lights dim dramatically as if the station has suddenly suffered a power loss. Ooh. What the heck is this? The tunnel from the west opens up into a chamber of machines. Lights flash and Heechee characters crawl across a prominent display screen. One machine in particular catches your attention. It has an oddly shaped transparent shield under which you see a glowing yellow crystal. The machine is emanating a high-pitched whine and it is vibrating fiercely. The eastern wall is opened up. Okay. Look at screen. Red Heechee characters crawl over a prominent holoscreen. You guess they are measurements of exterior atmospheric data, but have no way to tell if you're right. A meter at the bottom displays a red line which extends 1 notches. A tiny Heechee symbol is located just under a huge holoscreen. It looks like a triangle below a curving quarter moon. The screen here goes wild, lights and colors cycling crazily. Eventually the instrument settles down, but red symbols continue to glow. Look at shield. Hit shield with fork. You strike it with the tuning fork, produces an eerie ringing tone inside the strange machine. The crystal vibrates but does not crack further. Cut shield with cutter. Oh. Okay. Pour water on shield. No? Okay. Oh my god, there's lampreys in here. What the frickin'... Why? What? Hit tuning fork. Look at lampreys. Why? How did they... get... Oh my god, they're full of this damn place. We gotta deal with the lampreys. They're all over the place. You're in a small bare room. Shelves and cabinets indicate the room must have held supplies at one time, but nothing remains. Flying lampreys cover every surface. Oh my god. They're all over the place. Oh my goodness. They're everywhere! The walls stretch up to a domed ceiling. High above you, the ceiling is open to the misty sky. Black metal moorings span the distance between the walls and a Heechee ship sitting in the center of the hangar. A ladder on the side of the ship lead up to an open hatch. You see a small access tunnel to the north and a squat black machine to the west. Okay. Winged lampreys have attached themselves to every surface. They're especially thick along the power cables. Look at machine. The squat black box covered by a transparent shield. Inside you see a flawless yellow crystal. The machine is humming contentedly. Open box. Open shield. Hit shield with fork. Oh, there we go. Finally, the tuning fork does something. You strike the tuning fork. It produces an eerie ringing tone. Beyond the transparent plate of the squat black machine, the yellow crystal vibrates to the resonance of the fork. The vibration becomes worse and the crystal cracks. The once docile machine begins to rattle and produce a loud, high-pitched whine. Immediately, the lampreys lift off and swarm about the room in confusion. The noise seems to drive them away, and they leave as one through the open roof. Well, there you go. There we go. Finally, the tuning fork came in handy. Jeez. Ooh. I see. Okay. Okay, that's what that's for. Got it. Alright, so I don't think I need that anymore. Look at screen. An orange line which extends 4 notches. Touch triangle. Look at symbol. Screen here goes wild, lights and colors cycling crazily. Eventually the instrument settles down, but green symbols glow. Okay. Open cabinets. Must have locked the cabinets up and taken the key when they left. Alright. Look at ship. The transport ship looms over you. Its sleek shape, though unearthly, is attractive and well designed. A ladder leads up to a hatch on one side. Here we go. We found the Heechee ship. We got a ship. This is the largest single pilot Heechee craft you've ever seen. The standard equipment is all here with the addition of a strange control panel beside the hatch. Look at control. Look at panel. It's a squat box-shaped contraption with a tiny slot towards the bottom. It is located on the floor next to the hatch. A hollow screen is suspended above it. The panel is active. A panel has popped open, revealing 6 buttons, each glowing a different color: red, blue, green, yellow, purple, and orange. A simple symbol is inscribed on the control panel. It looks exactly like the symbol that you saw in the machine room under the huge hollow screen. And look at symbol. Touch symbol. Sit in chair. Press orange button. Pushes into the panel and stops. Something grinds behind the panel, but it sounds wrong. Can I open the panel? No. Press purple button. The orange button pops out. Okay. Press blue button. Press green button. Push red button. Weird. Look at purple button. Okay. Triangle below a curving quarter moon. Huh. Oh! Oh no, this is the remote. Alright. Can I... Burp? Burp? No? Don't know. Is this Met After Dark now? It is. It is dark outside. How you doing, Matt Glad? What are you up to? How you doing? Do anything cool today? Drink water. Taste chock full of minerals. Lick water. Water doesn't look very appetizing? What do you mean it doesn't look very appetizing? It's water. A loaded question I refuse to respond? What? What, and I asked how you're doing? You're fine? Okay. I'm alright. I'm doing fine. Just trying to figure out my way through Gateway. Quite a game. It's quite a game. I don't really know what I'm doing though. Look at screen. Yellow Heechee characters crawl over a prominent hollow screen. You guess they're measurements of exterior atmospheric data, but have no way to tell if you're right. Meter at the bottom displays a yellow line which extends 2 notches. A tiny Heechee symbol is located just under a huge hollow screen. Looks like a triangle below a curving quarter moon. Where is the cow print pattern? Cow print pattern. What? What are you talking about? Oh, Gateway computer. Oh. Oh man. I remember my grandma bought a Gateway computer and it came in the big cow box. I thought it was really cool. I like that box. I never had one myself though. Oh my gosh. Good old Gateway. Are they still around? They probably got bought and sold like 80 times by now. Green here goes wild, lights and colors cycling crazily. Eventually, instrument settles down, but yellow symbols continue to glow. Look at symbols. See 5 Heechee symbols carved on the reproduction of the escape. Oh no, that's the one I already used. I think the corpse of the brand limps along somewhere. Yeah. At a Gateway, it was actually a great PC. I miss it. It's sort of like ViewSonic. Yeah. Yeah, and Alienware. My first Android tablet was made by ViewSonic. That's kind of cool. Didn't know they did that. I have a little ViewSonic Pocket PC. In a box out in the other room. I wanted to try to see if I could get it running. It says it's got like Windows 95 on it or something, but like a little tablet thing, little pocket, like a screen with a stylus. Kinda neat. I'll have to plug it in, see if it even works. No idea. Let's see. Oh, cracked crystal. No. Look at cracked crystal. A deep crack splits the amber crystal almost in half. A beam of energy streams through the crystal, causing it to vibrate in its mounting and emit a high-pitched whine. Still have it? It runs a modded version of Android 2.1 or 2.2. Oh, okay. Huh. That's kind of neat. Take crystal. There's a shield. Okay, eventually... Okay, now it's showing orange symbols. Maybe I need to, like, write these down. So, if I... look at screen... So, we want, let's see, orange. Say orange. Orange. Green. Orange. Green. Yellow. This might be meaningless, but it might not. Blue. Purple. Yellow. Yellow. Red. I don't know if there's this is like a pattern that I need to know. Blue. Or if it's random. Purple. Blue. Orange. Green. Okay. I think it's... So then the next one should be orange. Now it's green again. And then red. Oh, okay, this might just be random. I'm not sure. I remember being excited because it had NVIDIA graphics chip in it. You can play games on it. Touch meter? Look at meter? Oh, is there a button? No button here, okay. I don't know, let's try this. Press orange. Press green. Press orange. Press orange. Press green. Press yellow. Press blue. Press purple. Press yellow. Press red. Press blue. Press purple. Press blue. Press orange. Press green. Press red. No, it's not gonna work. Okay. Can I open the panel? Okay. Look at equipment. Familiar with many of the instruments as you've had your share of flights in Heechee spacecraft. They're all handled automatically. Open hatch. Close hatch. Okay. Do I need the little robot for something? Haven't been able to figure out anything in this room. Okay. Put gem on. It's a little robot. Cracked yellow crystal, eh? Huh. Okay. Put pod on. Ugh. The heck? Definitely have like colors going on here. And they keep changing. Do I need like these symbols here? Do I know what these symbols do? Not that. A triangle below a curving quarter moon. Is that the yellow one, maybe? Like a triangle and a curving something. Could be the yellow one. The symbols change. Oh, and there's a bar there. Let's see the bar. The bar moves. Okay, here we go. Here's an idea. So yellow? Maybe? No, red first? Red. And yellow. Red. Then blue. I think I might have figured it out. Then orange. Then green. And then the last one. Is that the last one? Probably. Purple. I think I got it. I think this'll do it. My guess, anyway. Push red. Push yellow. Push blue. Push orange. Push green. Push purple. No? No? Okay. Push yellow. That's not right, is it? Okay, I can't leave this place, can I? I don't think so. No, I am trapped in here, so I can't do anything else. Nothing like outside that I need. Okay. Thought for sure that would be the answer. There's that little bar at the bottom. Look at meter. Yellow Heechee characters crawl over a prominent holoscreen. Their measurements. A meter at the bottom displays a yellow line which extends 2 notches. A tiny symbol is located just under a huge holoscreen. Oh, I see the symbol, okay. Like a triangle below a curving quarter moon. Screen here goes wild, lights and colors cycling crazily. And now it's green. Look at one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look at meter. 5 notches, yup. The orange is 4. Yeah. Meter. Orange is, blue is 3. Good meter. 6. Good meter. 1 notch. A number of notches obviously matters. Do I have to hit orange twice? No, I don't think so. Huh. You guys got any ideas here? Our cables are on all the floor. Use screen? Use doesn't work. You can't have use as a verb. It has to be more specific. Look at prism. Okay. Deep crack splits almost in half. Beam of energy. Look at beam. Look at prism. You don't need to use the word prism in this game. Duplicate module? No, that's my little robot. Right. Have you looked at the power cables? I have. Power cables run all over the floor. Most of them lead from the walls to the Hichi spacecraft. Open crystal. Doesn't seem to be any open cracked crystal. What? There doesn't seem to be any open cracked crystal here. Look at wall. It's a very uninteresting wall as walls go. Screen here goes wildly. So it's got to be something to do with the screen and the colors associated with it, I think. Although I don't know if there's something I need to do before I reach that step. Boring ass alien walls. So climb ladder. We're up in the ship. And then there's these buttons. I can... Okay, you depress the red button, it pushes into the panel and stops. Something grinds behind the panel, but it sounds wrong. I can't open panel? Can't open the control panel. Cut panel with cutter. Hack away for a while, but inflict no damage. The red button pops out from the panel. Press red. Something grinds, but it sounds wrong. Press yellow. Press orange. Press purple. No. Press yellow. Press orange. Press red. Press yellow, press orange, press blue, press yellow, press orange, press green. No. No, I already used the 5, 3, 2, 1, 4 combo to open the small ship with the corpse in it. Good pod. Pyramid, the base swivels open to reveal that the interior is hollow. I could try it here though, if green is 5, and then, I mean, I don't think so, but press green. Oh, wait, press green. Something grinds. That doesn't sound right. Press blue. Press yellow. Press red. Press orange. No. No, it doesn't work. I don't know why something is grinding behind the panel. Look at panel. It's a squat box-shaped contraption with a tiny slot towards the bottom. It has a slot? Okay. It is located on the floor next to the hatch. A hollow screen is suspended above it. The panel's active. Bug, man. Fucking bug. A panel is popped open, revealing 6 buttons, each glowing a different color. Red, blue, green, yellow, purple, orange. Okay. Symbol is inscribed on the control panel. It looks like the symbol that you saw in the machine room under the huge hollow screen. Expected slot. Look at slot. It's a small, inconspicuous slot towards the bottom of the control panel. Put compass in slot. Put pod in slot. Don't know. Touch slot. Do I need to put something in there? What the heck do I need? A fork? I wonder if there's anything in here. Because I still haven't been able to figure out this room. So I'll go check out that room. You're in a small, bare room. Shelves and cabinets indicate that the room must have held supplies at one time, but nothing remains. Look at shelves. Okay, cabinet. They're very locked. Unlock cabinet. Open cabinet. Room really doesn't give me much to go off of. Although this is the room that I found the robot in, so maybe there is nothing else in here. Hit shelves with cutter. Okay. Eat shelves. They don't look very appetizing. They look delicious. Lies. Oh my gosh. It looks scrumptious from here. Take crystal. Take shield. Hit shield with cutter. Pour water on shield. Hit shield. Look at pod. Open pod. Put gem. Put what the heck do I do with this pod? It looks like buttons, but I don't think there is. Put hand in handprint. Nothing happens. Touch handprint. Ceiling. Ay, 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 press handprint. Yeah, so when I first pressed the handprint, it activated, like the power in the building. Kinda like Total Recall, yeah. I have no idea here. It was a good sci-fi movie. Come on, Quagan. Give the people air. The walls stretch up to a dome ceiling high above you. The ceiling is open to the misty sky. Black metal moorings span the distance between the walls and Hichi's ship. Pull on cables. Nothing comes of it. See you at the party, Richter? Was that another thing you said? I don't remember. Oh my god, what do I do? Look at machine. He throws Richter's hands off the elevator lift? Oh, okay. Hey, do I need to, like, press the button again? I don't think so. I don't know what the heck this says. Okay. Every day becomes more and more feasible that water is in a bowl. Drink water. You take a sip of the warm water. It tastes chock full of minerals. Push red, push blue, push green. No. Oh my gosh. Push red. Oh wait, no. No, that's not right. Push red. Push orange. Push yellow. Minerals. Push orange. Push green. Push red. Push. Okay. Push purple. Push yellow. You see, yeah, I can sit in the seat. Sit in chair. Push red. Push purple. Push red. Push blue. Push purple. No. Push red. Push blue. Push orange. Push red. Push blue. Push yellow. Push red. Push yellow. Push blue. Man, I am tempted to look this one up. Because I have no freaking clue. Eat blue button. Lick blue button. The blue button pops out from the panel. Examine red button. One of the 6 colored buttons on the control panel. The colors are red, green, blue, purple, orange, and yellow. Push red. Push green. Push blue. Push purple. Push orange. Push yellow. Can't use. Put water on red button. Pour water on red button. Beyond making it a little wet, it didn't accomplish much. Pour water on me. You dribble a little bit of the water on you. Beyond making you a little wet, it didn't accomplish much. Seems like something stuck. Well, sometimes it's the red button, sometimes it's not. Because that one grinds, but it wasn't grinding before. Push yellow. Push green. Push blue. Now blue says grinds. Push red. And now red's not grinding. Orange stays depressed and red does too? Does it? You get this? Deathmark gets this. It's a pattern? Okay. There's some kind of sequence when you press green. Red pops out. Press green. But nothing happens. The blue button is still depressed. The blue button pops out from the panel. Push green. Something grinds behind but sounds wrong. That resets it? Okay. So push red. Press the button that pops out. I think the button that pops out is the one that I had just previously pressed. So like, I'll push blue and then the green button will pop out. Because I had pressed the green button previously. You push the blue button but nothing happens. The green button is still depressed. The green button pops out from the panel. So if I press green then it's nothing. The grinding indicates the sequence is wrong. That would sound right. Yeah, that makes sense. So press yellow. Now if I wait, the green button pops out. Only 120 sequences. We got this. Press green. Grind. Okay, so yellow into green. So yellow X green. Push yellow. You buy Yoda Stories? Did you buy it? Did you buy it? Did you buy it? Not yet. Not yet. I'll buy a copy. Probably a loose one, but I'll do it later. After the stream. Let's see. So push yellow, push red. Okay, so yellow into red is good. Yellow, circle, red. Push blue. No. Red, X, blue. Push yellow. Wish I could collect games like YouTube channel. YouTube? Press blue. Pull magenta. Yellow into blue also works, I guess. Push red. That's a no. Blue X red. Yeah, push yellow. Push purple. I don't know if this is gonna work. Yes, pen and paper, notes, you're my spirit animal. Yeah, I've got a little notepad with my notes. Trying to keep track of this. I don't know if it even matters though. Push red. Purple X red. Looks like every other one works and then doesn't work. Like if I do purple, say this, push purple, push red, then it works. Then it works. So that's not right. But what I'm writing down is meaningless. Push green. Can you push a button twice? Push green. You push harder on the green button, but it doesn't pop back up. So no. Yellow, purple, orange. Push yellow. Push purple. Something grinds behind the panel. Push yellow. Push purple. Okay. Push orange, and then it grinds. I don't know what to do. Well, that's what I thought too, but I was writing them down and they were going in just like seemingly a random sequence. So the sequence I wrote down here was orange, green, orange, stayed on orange, green, yellow, blue, purple, yellow, stayed on yellow, red, blue, purple, blue, orange, green, green, red, and just didn't seem to follow any sort of a sequence. This type of game is the path to madness. Hello, Stone Monkey Research. This has been the hardest puzzle so far of the game. And each color corresponds to a number. As you can look at the meter, and it'll show you there. A meter at the bottom displays a yellow line which extends 2 notches. Now if I wait, look at meter. A meter extends at the bottom, displays a purple line which extends 6 notches. So I wrote those down. Red is 1 notch, yellow's 2 notch, blue is 3, orange 4, green 5, and purple is 6. I tried putting them in order. Red, yellow, blue, so on. Did not work. Maybe set the screen to a color, then press that button at the ship. If I go west and then east. West, east, green, so west, west, east, east. Kind of curious. So it's orange. So west, 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 east, east, east. And it was purple when I came back, and then it turned red. So it won't stay. By the time I get to the ship, it'll be a different color. Yeah, time will pass. Well, I won't know what... Oh! I figured it out. I figured it out, you guys. I figured it out. Figured it out. I know what to do. I know what to do. I have a remote control robot which can look. There you go. So purple. Oh god, but it's colorblind. It's colorblind, so I have to write down the symbol so I know what color it's supposed to be. Damn it. Okay, I think I got it though. Oh, read the number of notches. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Okay, okay, so press green. Okay, look at remote. What do we got here? 1, that's red. Press red. Look at remote. Okay, it's still on red. Wait. Look at remote. That's orange. 4? Yeah. Press orange. You press the orange button. The colored buttons withdraw into the panel, which glows a subdued orange. Some piece of machinery clunks into place behind the panel. Metal moorings attached to the exterior of the ship fall away, and the hatch slams closed. A rumbling spreads from the floor, and the ship lifts off. Your score has gone up by 50. Holy freaking... What a puzzle. Oh my god. That one took a while. Oh my gosh. The ship tears away from the small frozen world. Soon the planet is only a glowing coin far behind you. As the ship exits the planet's gravitational pull, the faster than light drive kicks in. Stars blur and you are catapulted into dark space. Oh my goodness. Wow. God damn. Oh, there it is. You'd heard that some Heechee ships were targeted to orbit black holes. The Heechee seem to have a fascination for them. But you never expected to emerge from Tau's space right next to one. Your surprise turns to panic when your ship sails straight for the center of the swirling maelstrom. Guys, we're going into a black hole. We're going into a black hole. It doesn't look like a black hole, it's too bright. There's like light in the center of it. Black holes don't emit light. That's why they're called black holes. Maybe it's a wormhole. It must be a wormhole. It's definitely not a black hole. The ship begins to shake. Unseen forces pull at the walls and the seams start to buckle. You fear that any second the ship will crumple and entomb you in a coffin of Heechee metal. Then suddenly the shaking stops. It's a slimy slug hole. You notice a small coil starting to glow, the same seemingly insignificant coil that Earth scientists have puzzled over for decades. As the glow becomes stronger, the ship stabilizes. The black hole opens its maw and the ship slips easily inside. Whoa, that'd be a cool wallpaper. That would be a super cool wallpaper. As you leave the event horizon behind you and come out in the core of the black hole, the space in front of your ship is ablaze with light. Puzzled, you stare through the view screen until you realize the light is coming from thousands of stars inside the core. Oh my god, look at that! Look at that! Before you can collect your thoughts, the ship dives into an entry path toward a nearby planet. The atmosphere buffets the ship for a few moments, then the ride smooths out as you sail over an alien city. Not an ancient dead city of decayed ruins, but a city full of light and motion. A city that is unmistakably Heechee. Slide easily inside the maw. It's not words I expect from a 90s DOS games. A ship drops into a long vertical tunnel and touches down as soft as a feather. You take a deep breath and go to open the hatch, but before you get there, it pops open and an alien creature steps into the cockpit. You're in the other side of a Penrose diagram. Oh my gosh, it's a Heechee! Look, it's a Heechee, you guys! We met a live one. We met a live Heechee. Holy moly. Although the creature is amazingly similar to humans, at first all you notice are the differences. The alien is hairless. A tan hide is stretched taut over ropey muscles and bone. The eyes are large and contain pupils shaped like plus signs. He has no ears to speak of, and his nose isn't much more than 2 slits. His forehead is oversized and imposing. You look down and see that his thin legs are set very far apart on his pelvis, and between them hangs a tan pyramid-shaped pod. Without a doubt, you have met your first live Heechee. Is that Tuvix? He's an expert horse rider. Yeah, he is. The Heechee makes a few quick noises, nothing like any language you've ever heard. When you don't respond, he makes a series of incomprehensible gestures. All you can do is stand and stare. Eventually, he tires of trying to communicate with you and gives you a gentle shove towards the hatch. You climb out of the hatch and down the ladder. A crowd of Heechee have surrounded the ship. They press toward you, gawking and staring and chattering in their strange language. Your companion follows you out of the ship and pushes his way through the mob, indicating that you should follow. He leads you into a building and then to a quiet, sterile room with a couch in the center. He motions for you to lie on the couch. The items you carry are all taken away. Something cold is attached to your head, and then things get blurry. It feels as if information is being sucked out of your brain. Time passes, then a painful stream of knowledge suddenly comes streaming into your mind. You lose track of time as the cycle is repeated over and over. After what seems like hours, the cycle stops. Your Heechee friend is there, and when he speaks to you, you are amazed to find that you understand him. Please rest here. The High Council is discussing the information you bring. You will be taken to them when they are ready for you. He contorts his face into a grotesque expression and leaves, closing the door behind him. Oh my gosh. Whoa, it's the Heechee High Council! That's weird. Within the hour, he returns and escorts you into an imposing room. Other Heechee sit in tall chairs around you, and in one of them you see a huge glaring disembodied head. Your escort leaves and you feel very much alone. The creature directly in front of you speaks. Welcome, human. My name is... I am first to the council. He gestures to the disembodied head. To my right is Fogrum, representative of the ancient ancestors and advisor to this council. The head continues to glare at you. Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull totally ripped this off. Smiles nervously and turns to his other side. To my left is Convergence, second seat. Convergence tilts his head toward you and smiles in a startlingly human fashion. Continues. We are delighted to discover another sentient race in the galaxy and welcome you with open arms. However, you bring disturbing news. It seems that members of your own race travel to the very home of the foe, the assassins as you call them, in order to summon destruction upon your homeworld. We do not understand this behavior. That you seek to stop them, however, we do understand. The huge head of Fulgrim breaks his silence and cuts in. You wish to intercept these terrorists. You wish to follow them to the very heart of the foe. Yet you carry with you the knowledge of our location. Do you know what the foe will do to you? They will learn everything that you know, just as we have done. They will learn that we exist. They will learn where we hide. This knowledge they will find us and destroy us. Is that what you want? Convergence immediately replies, Of course he doesn't. He didn't even know that he was coming here. It was only the pre-programmed transport that automatically brought him from the rescue station. He doesn't mean us any more harm than we mean him. Convergence says this last while looking directly at Fogrim as if challenging him to disagree. Is this the part where Anakin turns against the council for not granting him the rank of master? Yeah. Yeah, we're witnessing the birth of Darth Vader right now. Tries to regain control, saying, Human, I must tell you that we have already voted on your future. We cannot allow you to leave. As Fulgrim wisely points out, you know where we live. If the foe managed to capture you, they would destroy us as they have destroyed countless other civilizations. The question now is, what do we do with you? Convergence smoothly steps into the conversation. Soon it will be common knowledge that an alien has entered the core. We cannot hide his presence. The Hichi will clamor to see him. Let us give him to the people. He can talk to them. Tell them about his race. Let him lecture at the place of learning. Program storms. You wish to let him loose to tell everyone how we will allow the foe to destroy his race? The masses will rise up against us. They cannot be expected to understand the necessity of detaining him. We must keep him secure, away from the public eye. You're so gonna get probed? We already got probed. We got probed super hard. Nor can we lock away the first representative of a sentient race as though he never existed. We must be realistic. If the human agrees not to discuss the foe, I say he should be set free. Fulgrim glares at Convergence. Can we wager the council's security on this human's honor? I say never. Nods his head and opens his mouth to speak, but Convergence quickly cuts him off. We must vote, says Convergence. Stops. Reconsiders, says, Convergence is right. This must be put to a vote. The hall fills with subdued murmuring, and after a few moments you hear a small ping. States, the voice of the council tells me that upon the humans' agreement to say nothing of Earth's current situation, we shall integrate him into Hichi society as a lecturer. The decision infuriates Fulgrim. With a growl, the projected head winks out, leaving behind nothing but empty space. Convergence steps down from his seat and approaches you. I'm glad for the result. Be sure the vote was close, even though he died many years ago, and now as a member of the mass minds, Fulgrim is still very powerful. Let me accompany you to your ship. He walks you through the huge council doors and into the docking area where you landed. The council is making a gift of the transport to you, so that you may travel to the various planets of the core. However, we have taken the precaution of crippling the mechanism that allows the ship to travel back across the event horizon. Never again will you leave the core. Convergence examines the ship's flight computer and then programs in another course code. You will now be able to fly between here and the main Hichi city, he says. Orders have already been prepared for you. When you arrive at the city's hangar, officials will show you there. Convergence walks away and you get into the ship. After a short flight, Hichi officials meet you at the city's hangar and lead you to your new quarters. Exhausted, you climb into the sleep thing hanging from the wall. As you drift off to sleep, you hear the councilman's words once more. Never again will you leave the core. Part 4, Homeworld. Oh my gosh. For quarters. This room would give new meaning to the word spacious, if spacious would then mean crowded to within an inch of your life. The few furnishings here take up all available space. There's a cocoon-like bed hanging from the wall, and a small table and chair next to it. A small cabinet is affixed to the wall as well. The room has started to make you feel claustrophobic. You wonder if the Hichi normally live this way, or if this is just how they treat their guests. On the wall, you see a communication device. It is blinking rapidly. You see a pod here. Alright, save Homeworld. Okay. This might be a good spot to end the stream for today. Let's check out my score. 975 out of 1600. I think we still have a good chunk of the game left. I think we're only like maybe 2/3 of the way through it. So yeah, we did a third last stream, do a third this stream, and then we'll finish it up next stream. Probably. Most likely. I think that seems good. Okay, we didn't have too many issues this stream, I think, so that's good. Let me check who's on. We could figure out a raid. If I can figure this out. Let's see. Who is on? Who is on? Dr. CDCS is doing Sam and Max. I don't really want to look at just yet. I'd like to play it first. Space Robot Arm is doing Alone in the Dark. Oh, Parvinator is finishing up Oracle of Seasons. He's probably pretty close to the end, I would suspect. Let's see here. What else we got? Captain Clever is doing like a Doom. There's Metroid Hatchling playing Gateway 2. You guys have any suggestions for anyone playing DOS games? Emilio RGJ is playing Pool of Radiance. That sounds cool. Maybe we should give him a raid. Yeah, I could check out some Pool of Radiance. That might be neat. Alright, well, I guess we can do that. Yeah. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for watching and chatting, and if you're lurking, thank you for lurking. Yeah. I just want to play old games and have fun. Let's see, tomorrow is Thursday. I might be able to stream tomorrow. So if I don't have any like immense jaw pain or health issues or whatever, then I may stream tomorrow. Yeah, it was huge progress. Thanks for helping me out and helping me through. Let's see if I can. That's not it. See if I can type. Oh, my HDMI went quiet again. That's great. There you go. There's the music back. Third time that happened. Okay. Slash raid. Yeah, hopefully my jaw is not terribly painful. Well, two days this week I would have streamed if it wasn't for the jaw pain, which yes, it sucks. Sucks. Alright, so alright, I've never watched this guy before, but hopefully he'll be pretty fun to watch. Alright, I'll see you guys. Have a good night, and have a good rest of your week. Bye-bye.